Welcome to the Zero to Hero Movement Guide. Now, this video is over 5 hours of programming, and it's going to help you to not only move and feel better, but give you a deeper understanding of how GMB works. We're going to be taking a look at the 5P framework. This is prep, practice, play, push, and ponder in order to become your own movement hero. I didn't just want to throw together a bunch of our existing YouTube videos and say, here, have at it. So what I did was I did an intro and commentary for each section. You can think of this video as a director's cut, explaining things before you jump into each clip. Yes, this video is very, very long, so I don't expect you to go through it all in one sitting. I mean, you could if you want. You might want to save it to your favorites, and then that way you can come back to it and watch it later. And it's totally worth it because by applying the concepts and the programming contained within this 5+ hour video, you will go from zero to movement hero. All right, so we always start off with prep, and this is where you want to make sure that you're good and ready, you're warmed up for your session. And first off, we're going to take a look at a 23-minute follow along full body joint mobility routine that you can do every day. Now, I want to give you a little background on this video. I've had the honor of working with the FBI hostage rescue team at Quantico twice so far. Now, here are my challenge coins that I received from them. What I would do is I'd go for a week at a time and work with each member of a single team where I would assist them with issues that they have with movement and injuries, and then create a personal training plan for each of them to follow so that they could move better, so that they could do their job better and ensure that they could be the best they could be. Now, this 23-minute joint mobility routine, it's the exact routine that I made for them to do on a daily basis in addition to their personal training. So here it is. This warm-up is going to have us down on the floor because we spend a lot of time on our wrists. We're going to go ahead and start off with the wrists. First off, just place your fingers on the ground and you're going to focus on pushing your palm towards the ground. And so we're not trying to put our hand on the ground. Again, we're pulsing into the ground. It's about 5 to 10 pulses. You can do both hands if you would like. I just like to do these separately. On the last pulse, you're going to hold this. You should really feel this in the fingers, every joint of the fingers. Holding this for about 10 seconds. Now this warm-up is going to be pretty quick as we go through it. I'm only doing 10 pulses, then a 10-second hold for each position that we're going to be doing in this warm-up. Feel free though to do longer holds if you would like. Holding this one now for about 10 seconds. The palm pushing towards the floor. The focus is on the fingers when we're doing this. Now next up, you can feel free to use both hands when you're doing this one because the hands are going to be flat on the ground with the fingers facing towards the knees. The focus here is on bending the elbows and sitting back. You're going to feel this all the way from the wrist all the way into the forearm. Our arm is not straight, so we're not really going to be focusing on the stress past the elbow. It's really for the forearms, the wrists, and the hands when we're doing this. So once again, this is going to be 10 pulses. I'm just going to do 5 here real quick. We've already been doing this a little bit. Bending the elbows when you're doing this. Finally, in the last one, holding this for 10 seconds. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to go ahead and continue keeping the arms straight, pushing down and through the ground, sitting back. This time, because the arms are straight, it's going to be a deeper stretch up the arm. When you're performing this, we're always pushing down and away from the ground, so we're not sinking into the hands when we're doing this. We're going to hold this one, continue to push down and away. If this is too difficult for you, feel free to bring your hands closer to your knees so that you can keep your arms straight. Now, next we're going to do, before we go back to having our fingers facing that way, is having our fingers facing forward. We're pushing down and through the ground again. Elbow pits are facing forward. We're going to rotate forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep pushing down and away from the ground. Elbow pits are facing forward. Hold this one. You're pushing, push, push, push. Feel a good stretch in the wrist when doing this.
This will help to do this every single day. We're going to finish off by flipping our hands so that your palms are facing upward. You might have difficulty doing this one, find that your elbows are bent. If that's the case, simply pull your hands closer to your knees or even inside in between your knees. From here, you're going to be pushing the thumbs down towards the ground. The thumbs will not be flat on the ground, that's fine, but rotating the elbow pits forward, pushing down away from the ground, sitting back 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Hold, push down away from the ground. Keep pushing, pushing, pushing. If this is very painful, back off. Pull the hands closer to your knees. Should be no pain. If you're feeling any pain, stop doing it and get it checked out. All right, shake the wrists out there. Now, what we're gonna do, placing the hands on the ground, we're gonna go ahead and continue with the arms. We're gonna rotate the elbow pits. So you're pushing down and through the ground, making sure you splay the fingers. Fingers are very wide, index fingers facing forward. You're simply gonna rotate the arms. Now, don't let your hands peel off of the ground. Hands should be flat on the ground. You're just rotating the elbow pits so that they're facing forward. And then the last one, you're gonna push the elbow pit so they're facing forward. Try and rotate to the outside, external rotation of the arms, just holding this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Before we go into the shoulders, we're gonna do the neck. I'm gonna show you this from the side. So all I would like to do when I'm performing this is to drop my neck down to the ground and pull the head back. So I'm pushing my head towards the ground, but I'm not shrugging my shoulders. I'm keeping my shoulders neutral. When I pull the head back, I'm going to tuck the chin slightly. It's kind of difficult for me to talk when I do this. So in and out of this position. This is really going to help with the neck. This is a closed chain neck in terms of just having the hands on the ground. Of course, the head not on the ground. So it's not a pure closed chain in terms of keeping the neck in connection with the ground, pushing the head down towards the ground as much as possible, holding for 10 seconds. I'm going to pull the head back, tucking the chin slightly. This is 10 seconds. All right, so the next thing, I'm going to keep in this position, and now what I'm going to do is focus on performing scap shrugs, if you will. Now I'm trying to pull my shoulder blades together by keeping my arms straight. Now I push away from the ground, pulling the shoulder blades apart as much as possible. Try not to incorporate the hips on this one. The focus should be on the shoulder blades the entire time, going in and out of this position, keeping the arms straight. Now, if you're having trouble with this, something that you can do is just do one arm. So focus on pushing down and away from the ground. This might make it a little easier to get a better feel for this movement. You're gonna push down and away, holding this for 10 seconds. Then opposite side, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pushing down and away. I will say, breathe through the nose. Don't hold your breath when you're doing this. Let the breath be natural, and that you're breathing just through the nose, and the breath will automatically know to inhale, exhale where needed. This time, you're going to focus on rotating the shoulders. So slight angle when I show this. Pulling the shoulders back and down, rotating in and out. You're making circles, trying to keep the arms straight. Once again, if you're having trouble with both hands on the ground, you can then shift and go to one arm. So you're going in and out of this position 10 times. And this time, you can focus on dropping and pulling your shoulder blades together, because on that first one where it was just up and down, you're pushing away from the ground, working on extending yourself away from the ground. This time you're pulling your chest down towards the ground and holding this for 10 seconds. Next, we're going to focus on rotating the spine. So when rotating the spine, think of leading with the chest. When you're dropping the chest to the ground, leading with the side on your lats, going to the side as you make the circle. As you push your back up towards the ceiling. Focus on leading with the back, and then likewise leading with the side. So I'm dropping the chest, pushing with the lat, pushing the back towards the ceiling, opposite side lat, pushing to the side and dropping down, continuing to make this big circle, trying to keep my arms straight the entire time. Now for this, we're not going to be holding this. You're just going to be going in this movement, continuing with this 5 times in one direction, switching, going the opposite direction, leading with the lat, pushing the stomach, chest down towards the ground, lat, back, lat, chest, stomach, lat, and back up to the top. Now for our next movement is going to be anterior, posterior pelvic tilts. I have my shoulders over my hands, I'm on my toes, my hips are over my knees. I'm simply going to squeeze my butt. Boom, right there, pelvic tilt. Okay, also feel this in the core. Now I'm going to push my butt up towards the air. You're going to feel this in the lumbar, the lower back. Any pain, then back off slightly. And you're just going to work on going back and forth, squeezing the butt, then pushing the butt up towards this thing. I know this looks weird, but it can be really good for overall hip health as well as lower back issues. Pull the hips forward. Exhale as you pull the hips forward by squeezing your butt. Inhale as you push the butt back in the air. Again, I know this looks super weird when you're doing it, but it's very good for lumbar health. You can also focus on holding that in each position if you feel the need. Next up from that position, you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna open your knees as widely as possible. The focus should be on keeping the hips directly in between the knees when performing this. I'm gonna show it from the front. I'm also gonna show it from the back, from the side when I'm doing this. Now, keeping the hands and the elbows on the floor, you're simply going to go forward, pulsing with this 10 times. And continue on dropping the hips close to the floor as you perform this. The last one, you're holding it in the front position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Show this from the side. I'm opening up my knees as wide as possible. I start by keeping my hips in line with my knees. Now I'm going to push back. Notice that my feet are flat on the ground in terms of I'm on the sides of my feet. I have my heel pulled down to the ground. My toes are on the ground. I'm sitting back. This is a very deep stretch. You don't need to go too far into this. 10 pulses. 6, 7, 8, 9, and you're gonna hold back here for a count of 10, focusing on dropping the hips down towards the ground. Now from here, something you could do if you would like, go back to a neutral position. We're just gonna focus on pulling one foot off of the ground, keeping the foot in that flat position. Again, pulsing this. Doing about 10 times. I'm going to hold this last one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Opposite side. 1. Pulses. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. I'm holding this. Sinking the hips down. Keeping myself facing forward when I'm doing this and not going side to side. All right, from here, when I get out of this, I'm gonna allow myself to fall forward and then pull my legs together. I've just found that that's the easiest way to get into that position. From here, I'm gonna sit back. What I'm gonna do now is focus on dropping my elbow to the ground, and this is going to give me a nice stretch on the side here. So pulsing into this position 10 times, exhaling as I go into the position. I'm gonna hold the last one here. That's a pushing away from the ground, pulling back, dropping down. Really good stretch all the way down towards my hip. I'm gonna switch the direction, or pardon me, I'm gonna switch arms. I'm gonna drop the elbow down now. I can open up my arm a little bit if I need be. I like to keep my palm down. If you have trouble with flexibility in this, again, you can open up a little bit if you need to go deeper. All right, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and stay in this position, but I'm gonna take my arms off to the side. This time, sitting back and pulling myself as I push the hands into the ground. Again, just a little deeper stretch. 10 times, I'm gonna pulse this. Holding the last one. Notice that my arms are straight. I'm not dropping the elbow down to the ground. Switch it up, opposite side. Hips are forward, hands are out to the side. Sitting back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I'm pushing into the floor. Pushing into the floor, sitting back. Holding this for 10. All right, I'm gonna come back to center. Now you can stay in center, and what we're going to do is simply go forward, pulling ourselves into the upward facing dog position when we're performing this. Show this from the side. So simply having my arms out to the front, dropping the hips, and immediately going right back into that position where I bring my butt to my heels. Feel free to place your feet flat on the ground if you would like. It's up to you. You can go a little deeper into the stretch. And then I'm going to hold this position, relaxing in it, pushing down away from the floor. If this is too much for your lower back, feel free to pull out of it slightly. Go side to side if you would like. You're gonna feel a little bit more in the hip flexors. Now from this position, I'm gonna bring my toes back up. I'm gonna bring one leg forward. In this case, I have my left leg forward. I'm at a 90 degree position. I'm going to bring my chest up, I'm facing forward. I'm going to squeeze my butt. Squeeze the butt. You notice that we're tilting the pelvis now, and you're going to feel this all the way down to your knee. From here, while keeping that squeeze in the butt, we're going to pulse forward. Performing this 10 times for the pulse, squeezing the entire time. I'm going to hold, still squeezing. You're really going to feel this. If you relax, you're going to be able to go further forward, but that's not the point. The point here is going deep into the stretch. Now, something else that you can do is adjust the position of the foot and back. So let's say, for example, there's a different place in the hip that you would like to stretch. Simply changing the position of the back foot and then continuing to squeeze the butt and then go forward. You're going to feel where you need that stretch. So that's something to take into consideration when you're doing that. And so I'm gonna stay on this side. And what I'm going to do now is the world's greatest stretch. And so I'll show from the front, I'll show from the side. The hand is going to go in line with your front foot. The leg and back is going to push back. Rather than raising your hips into the air, keep your hips where they are. Draw your heel back towards the floor. So you're pushing the heel back, keeping the hips in the same position. Show this from the side here in a minute. You're going to twist, taking the arm up into the air, immediately trying to drop the elbow towards the ground, and then the hand goes through, reaching back up, and pulse in and out of this position. You're only going to do this 3 times. pulsing in here. This time we're gonna hold right here. We're gonna hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Back leg is straight. You're really trying to drop your chest towards the floor here. You can have a slight bend in the arm, perfectly fine. Great, this time we're gonna reverse it. Your leg is straight in the back. Arm is extended towards the ceiling. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, just quickly to show you from the side what I was referring to when you're performing this, you don't want to pull your butt up into the air to extend the leg. Keep the hips low, push the heel back. Push the heel back. So we're going to do this on the other side in just a moment, but before we switch to the other side, we're now going to perform a hamstring stretch, but pulling the feet back, pulling the toes back towards us. This is going to allow us to stretch the calf all the way back. So we're going to start up with our toes off of the ground. We're sitting back. You're immediately going to feel it all the way, pulling from the heel all the way up past the knee. If your calves are tight, you might actually only feel it in the calf. Keeping the chest on the thigh when you're doing this. So if you can only go back this far, that's fine. You're gonna feel it, don't worry. Okay, we're gonna hold this last one. Pulling the toes back. Notice my knee is bent, it's perfectly fine. This is my range of motion right now. Pulling those toes back, sitting into it just a bit more. All right, so now we're going to switch. And so I'm going to show this from the front. Actually, I'm going to switch for you so you can see the entire motion that I'm doing here from the side. So 90, 90, I'm on my opposite leg now. I squeeze my butt and I'm pulsing forward 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Really squeezing, feeling the stretch in the hip flexor all the way up into the abs and down. From here, I'm going to go directly into the world's greatest stretch. Hand is beside, I don't raise my butt, I push the heel back. This gives me a good stretch here. Dropping my elbow towards the floor, opening up. This time I'm going to do the full 10 pulses. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, going deeper each time. 8, 9, and 10 as I come back through, holding this, holding it, extending the heel in the back, dropping the elbow to the ground, dropping my chest towards the floor, bend your arm a little bit, perfectly fine. Holding that, 10 seconds. Now I'm gonna open up. Again, driving the leg back, twisting, extending the arm to the ceiling. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This time, chest goes to thigh, pulling the toes back, sitting back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're gonna hold this, pulling the toes back. So we're in this position. All we're gonna do is place the foot on the ground and going to as deep of a squat as we can. Now, if you need to open up your feet a little bit, that's perfectly fine, okay? Try and point your toes forward, but again, if you can't, it's totally cool. The reason that we're gonna do this is we're gonna perform circles. This is for the ankles. If you can't go this deep into a squat, that's also cool. Just go as deep as you can. You might need to hold on to something. And we're looking at the ankles, the knees, the hip flexors. It's also gonna help with the lower back as well. You'll probably notice my right foot turns out. I just don't have the range of motion in that ankle simply because I broke it. And I'm still working on trying to gain that range of motion in that position. So from here, hang out just a little bit more, bringing the chest up, shaking things out just a little bit. We're gonna sit down now. You can stay in this position, but I'm gonna show you from the side what's gonna be going on. We sit down, we're gonna place one hand behind, this is a 3-point bridge. You're gonna look at your thumb, you're gonna extend your hips to the ceiling, pulling the arm back. You do this 5 times, that's it. 3, 4, hold this one, extending the arm, pushing down into the floor, external rotation, looking at your thumb as it's going over the top, holding for 10 seconds. And opposite side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Extend, extend. Push, push, push. Driving the hips up towards the ceiling. And that's your warm up. So think of it going from fingers up the arms, neck, down to the hips, ending in the squat and the bridge. Give it a try.
Now, a common worry for people is not being able to get their heels to the ground when doing a squat. We've had so many comments from people saying that they can't even begin to squat because of this. But let's change that narrative and look at what you can do, like modifying the squat. And that way you can still gain the benefits of the squat, but make adjustments that are going to match what you need. And that's what this next video is all about. So I want you to remember, please don't get sucked into thinking that you can't do a particular movement just because you aren't able to do it exactly the way it's shown. Focus on what you can do and do that. Now, with time and practice, you'll be getting better and eventually moving towards the end goal that you're after. So let's get into the video.
Hey, what up? Ryan here from GMB and Andy. Andy's with me today. So today we're going to be talking about a question that we get quite often, especially people who are going through our program Elements. On Elements, we have the bear, we have the monkey, we have the frogger. And obviously within there, there's the squat, some other positions. And the question that we get is, I can't do this because I can't get my heels down to the floor. And today what I'm gonna do is have Andy demonstrate some examples and show you that it's perfectly fine that your heels are not down. So that's all we're gonna do today. We're gonna cover 3 things. We're gonna cover the squat, the bear, and the monkey, and show you some things that you can do with that. Along the lines too, I do wanna address the wrist. So when Andy's going through here, gonna show you some options in case you have some trouble with your wrist and what you can do. First thing, Andy's gonna go up into an A-frame position. Now, with this, we're not trying to get into any particular position. For example, we're not trying to do the downward facing dog or any of that jazz. All you're trying to do is just see where you are that day. Notice Andy's legs are bent. The heels are way up off the ground, okay? Totally fine, okay? This is his starting position. Wonderful. All he's gonna do now is do bear just a little bit, bring one hand forward, bring the other foot forward. He's just gonna drive his leg into the ground and keep going. Now he's gonna go backwards. Now he's gonna relax. Wonderful, that was a perfect bear. Why? Because it was perfect for Andy where he currently is. Can't get your heels down on the ground, it's cool. Keep working on it. What's gonna happen is over time, range of motion is going to increase. You're also improving your strength as well as your control in the movement, and really that's what we're after. The next thing is gonna be the squat, and it's the exact same thing in that Andy's gonna squat down and his heels, you know, they might come off the ground a little bit. Okay, it's great, okay? If you get in this position, cool. You know, might have to come forward, feet are a little closer, you know, a little wider, it's perfectly fine. Have you face up front for me. Notice that his feet are also angled out to the side. It's totally cool. When we're performing this movement, the main thing in any movement is that you're doing it in a way that's comfortable for you. And what do I mean by comfortable is there's no pain. Pain is not a good thing. You don't want to force yourself into a position. So if you can't get your heels down on the ground, there are other tutorials that we have. Elements covers this as well. You can use particular protocols that we have to help you get deeper into your squat. The purpose of this video is just to let you know that this position is perfectly fine as long as you're not in pain. Okay, so the last thing we're gonna do is take a look at the monkey. We're gonna do a butt shot here with Andy. So he's gonna turn around. All right, now, the thing about this too is, again, you're simply in a squat that's comfortable for you. And he's going to go ahead and perform the monkey to the side. Perfect. He goes back into the squat that's comfortable for him. And then he goes back to the opposite side. This is still a wonderful monkey. I just love saying that. It always sounds so funny. But this is great, okay? Because this is where he can work at and be comfortable with. Now I'm going to have him turn around this time and quickly address the wrists. All right, now Andy can put his hands flat on the ground. He has that range of motion. There's no pain in his wrist. But what happens if you can't do that? Well, there's a couple options. One thing, you could actually make fists and place your fists on the ground as long as you have the wrist strength. To be honest, I mean, some people don't quite have that, so you can put your hands in different positions just to make sure that you're comfortable doing that. Other thing is, you know, you can go up on your fingers if need be. It's perfectly fine, but just because we demonstrate a movement a particular way doesn't mean it has to be that way. And this is what I'm trying to get at with this video, is that yes, we're working towards those positions, but just because you can't get in those positions right now doesn't mean that you can't work on the movement. Find a position that's good for you, one where you're not in pain, and the most important thing is to feel what's going on in your body, be aware of what's going on, work at a pace that's good for you, and have fun. So give that a try. Let me know below in the comments if you have any other questions, issues that you would like for us to address as well. If you aren't subscribed to our channel, please do, because there's so many other awesome videos that we have. I think we covered it all. Thanks for watching. Cheers.
Now, hanging could very well be the key to shoulder health and longevity. Seriously, it's that good. The next video was shot during COVID in Japan. And in the vid, you're going to briefly see that my son was wearing a mask. And those were pretty crazy times for sure. But what was really crazy to me was how many people commented about him wearing a mask instead of just how freaking awesome brachiation is. It might not look like it, but right now I'm strengthening my grip, improving my shoulder mobility, all while releasing tension throughout my entire body. And I didn't even need a cryogenic chamber or a $500 massage gun. It's just from hanging around. In fact, while I've been talking to you, I've been hanging for about 10 seconds, which might not sound that long, but a lot of people actually have trouble even doing 10 seconds. In fact, why don't you try that right now?
10 seconds later.
Now, you might be thinking that you don't have a squat rack like I do in my living room, but everyone has something that they can hang from. Here's a fun exercise to strengthen your shoulders and your grip strength. Swinging on the monkey bars when you were a kid wasn't just fun. It helped strengthen your upper back and develop your grip. Now, as an adult, it can also help relieve tension in your shoulders and back. Now, you might be thinking, oh, I can't do this. Now, first off, let's just get you used to hanging. Now, a couple things before we get started. I'm obviously using a bar, but as I mentioned earlier, you can use anything you want, like the rings. I'll show that in a minute. The other thing is the grip, and really there's two ways of gripping. Feel free to use either one. One way is where you have your thumbs all the way around the bar. The other is where you bring your thumbs close to your index fingers so that they're on the top. And of course, if you're using the rings, please wrap your thumb all the way around them. We're going to start off with a two-handed pronated passive hang with your feet on the floor. So just grab the bar, hang from it, and then you can just use your toes for support. This is it. Now, of course, if your feet don't touch the ground, you can use a chair or a bench. And if you're too tall, just bend your knees. It's not that complicated. Just figure out what works best for you. Next up, with toes still on the floor, we're going to work on pulling our shoulders down while keeping our arms straight. This is going to help to strengthen our scaps. People get a bit anal with the form on these. Don't worry too much about it. Just make sure to lock out your arms, keep them straight, and pull your shoulders down. Do that, you'll be getting stronger. Every video, someone asks me how many sets and reps. Now, I'm going to cover all the rest of the progressions here in a second, but because this is an important question, let's go ahead and get an answer. Sets and reps for hangs depend on what other exercise you're doing, how much you weigh, how strong you are, and if you've been injured. In other words, it's impossible for me to say. But I do get that you need some guidance here. So I recommend getting a clock with a second hand and starting with just a few seconds. How many is a few? Well, more than 5 and less than 20. Take a break and then do it again. Work up to between 30 and 60 seconds. How many sets? Well, as many as you have time for and enjoy. Could be 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 sets if you want to. And by the way, there's no magic number of minutes a day that you need to hang. So just do what feels right and be consistent with it. So as you get more comfortable with this, you can start to bring your feet up off the ground. You can start with one foot and then gradually take the other up off the ground. That's it. And then you can start doing the same with these shoulder shrugs, where you have your feet off the ground and you're working on performing this nice and slow. Now this one's a lot of fun, and all you're gonna do is just swing side to side while holding on with the pronated grip. Now this can be a lot of fun, and in fact, that's how I want you to look at all of these movements. Just have fun with them. Now we can start swinging forward and backward. This is where you'll get to learn more about selective tension regarding grip strength, since we won't be able to squeeze very hard while swinging back and forth. Be careful with this one if you're doing it at home and have limited space. If you're using one of those door frame bars, I really don't suggest doing this one. All right, so this is where things start to get more challenging, and I've got more advanced progressions to show you. But first, I can't tell you just how important it is to do this consistently. Hangs don't take much time, and your progress won't always be obvious. Stick with it. Ideally, do a little bit each day, but at least a few times a week. This is something you can keep as part of your routine, basically forever. So consider it a long-term practice. All right, so this is where things start to get fun. Using one arm and with your feet on the ground, work up to being able to hang in this position, gradually taking one foot off the floor and then the other one. Once you bring your feet off the ground, you'll probably find that you start to turn, and that's totally cool. Don't need to fight it. One side's gonna be weaker than the other, and that's normal. Just keep working on it. Another great way to work up to that one arm hang is just to barely hold on with your fingers of one hand, grab that bar, and then do the opposite on the other side. This allows you to kind of give yourself a bit of a rest going hand to hand. You can do all these movements on the rings, of course. Nothing really changes, and it can actually be easier to hold on to the rings if they're wooden. Next up, we're gonna swing side to side using just one arm, letting go and then re-grasping. You can, of course, have your feet on the floor and do this assisted in order to get a feel for the movement and work up to being able to do it without your feet on the ground, which leads us to our next progression. For this one, you'll probably need a bar. And what we're going to do is start off with our feet on the ground to get a feel for it. Start close to the end of the bar. You're going to swing and then continue swinging as you traverse the bar using your feet for assistance. All right, we're now going to do that last movement with our feet off the ground. So it's going to feel a little more natural. You're going to have a little twist in there. One other one is where you go in a straight line, just traversing this way and then going backwards. Now the cool thing about this one is that you might find it easier because you're switching your hands and not having to hang on one hand that long. Finally, if you have access to monkey bars like here in the park, I highly suggest you spend time playing around on them. Go forward, backward, sideways, turn, swing, play with regrabs. You've worked up to this, so just cut loose and have fun. Remember, consistency is the key, so work on hanging whenever you can and keep it playful. If this video helped you out, then definitely watch this one next. All right, so here's a little bonus video for you. And this next video is our highest viewed video ever in GMB at 4.6 million views. Now we have the TikTok crying girl to thank for a lot of those views. She posted a video of herself going through our hip mobility routine on TikTok. She was crying. Apparently, thanks to it opening up things she hadn't been able to open up before. To this day, we still get people commenting that they watch our video thanks to the crying girl. So thank you, TikTok crying girl.
Here Ryan is demonstrating supine leg rotations, external or outside rotations. Really good warm-up to start this hip series. Simply lie on your back, bend both knees, bring the other foot across to your other leg, and you notice he's going at a relatively quick pace. What you want to do is just move into and out of the stretch. Then after about 10 or so, then you use your hand to push in into the right amount of stretch. Hold about 15 to 30 seconds. You can hold a little bit longer. If it's too easy, what you do is you bring the knee that's bent on the ground closer to you. Next up, we have Ryan doing a stretch for primarily the piriformis. You're going to have some other hip rotators in there as well. It's just obvious, but primarily for the piriformis, just tight in a lot of people. What we're looking at is he's going to be in the same position as the lying hip rotations, but now he's going to cross the leg fully and pull the knee across, again in and out, right? Don't worry about keeping your back flat on the ground. Just go ahead and pull your whole lower body across, and the angle is towards your opposite shoulder. So if it's your right leg, you're going to try and pull your knee towards your left shoulder, and again hold for about 30 seconds or so after about 10 dynamic repetitions. Here Ryan is sitting up with the feet together and the knees down at the side. It's the pretty common butterfly stretch. What you'll be doing is moving your knees up and down dynamically. With your hands behind you, what you can do with that is shift your butt forward so that they're closer to your heels. Then, one at a time, press your hand down to further stretch, and you can work on both elbows. Again, dynamic rotations about 10, and then hold the position 15, 30 seconds, upwards of a minute, depending on how you feel. Here we have the frog. You're going to start on your hands and knees. Bring your knees far apart, as far apart as is comfortable for now, with your balls of your feet on the ground. Then you're going to rock back and forth in that position. Spread your feet out so that the inside of your feet are on the ground, your toes pointing outward. Rock back and forth. Again, real gentle, move in into and out of the stretch. Then after a few repetitions, 10 or so, sit back and hold. Here's the kneeling lunge. Great overall position for the hip flexors. You want to make sure that your foot on the ground and the knee on the ground are about hip width apart, shoulder width apart. Keep your chest up tall. Rock into and out of the position by shifting your hips forward. If you want to make it a little bit harder, here Ryan shows how to bend your back knee behind you. You don't need to do this, but as you improve, this is a great way to advance the movement. Here's an interesting movement. What you're going to do is you're going to be sitting in what's termed long sitting. So you're sitting on your butt with your feet, your legs straight out in front of you. I'm calling this the traveling butterfly, and what it is you're starting the position where you're in long sitting. Keep your heels together, be on your hands, and push your hips forward to go into the butterfly stretch. With this, you're just moving back and forth. You can pause in between to do a stretch in the long sit and a stretch in the butterfly, but it's primarily a dynamic stretch. And here we have Ryan in a full squat position, performing hip internal rotations while in that squat position. This can be fairly advanced. You definitely don't need to do this right away. Definitely don't need to force yourself to do this, but this is a great way to loosen up the hips if you already have a decent squat. What you can do is sit on a small stool with your butt up higher and then work those rotations. And again, you're dynamic. You can hold a bit at the end. Next up, we're doing modifications into the full pigeon, and also Ryan will demonstrate the pigeon stretch. You don't need to do this fully if you don't have it. What you want to do is work within your capabilities. The main thing is that bent knee in front, that shin should be at about a 90-degree angle to your knee. What you're going to do is shift your weight from that bent right thigh and roll it towards the back leg behind you. Okay, that's the dynamic movement about 10 times. As you improve, you're going to be able to straighten that leg behind you and work up into the full pigeon. It's important to keep your chest up tall and bear weight just as much as it's comfortable.
Practice is the heart of a GMB session. And notice that I didn't say workout, I said session. That's because when it comes down to it, practicing a movement is what is going to make you better at everything you want to be able to do. So by reframing the way you look at your training and using the word practice session rather than workout, it frees yourself from getting stuck in the mindset of thinking that you need to be crushing the workout or nailing or getting a particular skill. For now, let's take a look at the top 4 underrated bodyweight exercises that most home workouts are missing. Hey, this is Ryan, and today I'm going to show you 4 kinds of bodyweight exercises that most home workouts neglect. Now, if you look around, you'll see that the vast majority follow the same tired template of high reps of push-ups, squats, planks, and burpees, which are really just more push-ups and squats. Now, there's nothing wrong with those, but if that's all you ever do, you're going to run into problems. I'm talking about things like shoulder pain, tight hamstrings, and even a weak back. Why is that? It's because those exercises are only working the body in a couple of directions. There's no rotation. There's no shoulder range of motion. There's no lateral movement, no coordination. Nothing to keep your body loose so you don't end up with back pain. I'm going to be honest with you, just like most of the food they sell at the grocery store isn't actually good for you, most of the workouts you'll find here on YouTube aren't going to give you a balanced training diet. So don't get me wrong, there's some very strong people on there and some very smart ones too, but they're really kind of just slaves to the YouTube algorithm. So the most popular videos you're likely to find are aimed at the majority of people who don't really know what they're doing. So in this video though, I'm going to show you 4 examples of bodyweight exercises that won't injure, won't lose effectiveness, and won't get boring. Now at the end, I'll also tell you where to get a full example workout that uses all of these and include some adjustments to make some easier adjustments for you, or even make them more difficult depending on your own level. Sound good? Cool. Well, let's get into it. Now, the first exercise I want to show you is one called the Spider-Man. Now, it looks like this. And that's it. Now, it's a great one for building pushing strength, obviously. But unlike push-ups, it's also great for rotational strength and coordination. So as you can see, it's forcing you to coordinate your upper and your lower body. Now this is how we actually move our bodies naturally outside the gym, right? So if you're looking for functional strength, you can actually use, this is a fantastic move. Now next up is the crab. Now this is what the crab looks like. And of course there's different variations, but you can see right away that I'm using my shoulders in basically the opposite direction I did with the Spider-Man. And this helps to develop your shoulders more evenly and keeps them from getting stiff from just doing the same thing all of the time. And this is going to build better wrist, arm, and core strength, as well as further improving your coordination, which, as I mentioned earlier, is important for how we actually move outside of the gym. Now, you probably did this one when you were a kid, right? But don't underestimate this move. Along with our shoulders, most people have tight hips from sitting down all day. So to build more strength and mobility in the hips, we're going to take a look at the walking frogger, which is our next movement here. So check this out.
Now, this is the walking frog art. And first off, if you're like most people, it's just fine to do this one on your toes and without going down really as low as I'm doing right here. So you can actually bring your butt up a little bit higher into the air when you're performing this particular movement. And so what I want you to do is just focus on taking smaller steps and working to sink down just a little bit further into that squat each time. Now, you'll also notice that this is going to really strengthen the legs, but it's also where we're using each leg independently. So this is also something that's different than just these standard squats that you typically do. And since we're not kangaroos, instead of hopping, we alternate pushing with each leg when we walk and when we run, right? So the walking frogger builds your strength and mobility in the same way. So once again, check this out. Walking forward and walking forward. And so now you can see how not only strengthening the legs, but also improving hip flexibility, mobility, and coordination. Now, the last movement I want to show you also starts with the squat. I call this one the monkey 180. Now check this out. Now, when doing this movement, what you'll notice is that you can tell it's also like a regular monkey in there too, the monkey 180. But this is a variation of that monkey. And I'll tell you where you can learn that standard regular monkey in a couple minutes. But the reason I'm showing the 180 version here is because it's going to help build rotational strength and mobility. This is something that is sorely overlooked in typical fitness programs. Now, you might not be able to do the full 180. That's absolutely fine too. So even if you just do the 90 degrees from here and just pop into a 90-degree position, you're also going to reap the benefits. And that's good too because it'll give you a feeling for the movement. Also, you don't have to squat as deep as I'm going to do right now. So check this out. What we're after is getting into a deep squat. But again, it's just important to work at your own pace when you're doing this. Just focus on placing your hand down to where it's comfortable for you, and then you can practice twisting your body into a squat position. So you can now see that these moves are going to be just as effective as push-ups and squats, but they go even further by working each joint in more directions. And when you want to work up to doing these continuously for several minutes, then you'll find that they're just as effective as burpees or other high intensity exercises for building cardio. And that's the thing. It's not a matter of how many reps, but looking at these and doing them for time. Again, working up to being able to do these comfortably is going to really give you the best benefits. And the main difference is that we're doing all this in a way that doesn't make you tight, doesn't put too much strain on your joints. These make your body not just stronger, but healthier. Now, if you want to see a full workout using these exercises, along with some different variations that might be a better fit for you and kind of match your level, well then we're going to have that over on our website. You can go check that out. Or maybe you just want to pick up a complete training program that incorporates these moves and others into a complete foundation for well-rounded functional fitness. If that's the case, then check out our Elements program, which is a full course you can do at home with zero equipment.
The handstand has played a big part of my personal practice since I was a little boy. Now, my background is in gymnastics and martial arts, but obviously the handstand is a major skill in gymnastics. So later in life, when I decided to get back into gymnastic type skill work, of course the handstand was something that I wanted to get back into. And the thing is, I was coming off of a shoulder injury and in fact surgery from a bad throw I took in a judo competition. But this actually proved to play a major part in how I approached learning bodyweight skills again at a later stage in life. And it paved the way for the GMB method as we know it today. So let's take a look at 3 ways to fix your handstand balance. The handstand is a fun skill, but it can be frustrating. Now, today I want to share 3 things that I think if you were to just focus on these and get them down right, it's going to make your handstand journey so much easier as well as more fun. First thing is the bail. The second thing is the setup. And the third thing is practice the split leg kick up. Now just focus on these 3 things, and as I mentioned earlier, it's going to make the handstand journey much more pleasant. Now, fear is one of the biggest things holding a person back from being able to work on the handstand. This is going to help you to work with that fear and have the confidence to know that you're going to be okay when you're upside down. The way that we're going to work on this is by focusing on the cartwheel. That's our bail. Now, it can be a little confusing into determining like what side cartwheel should I be doing, and you only need to focus on one side. The way that I like to do is start with your feet together and then just take one step forward. Now, the foot that you step forward with is your natural gait, and this means that you'll typically be kicking up, in my case, with my left leg. So this is how you can kind of determine what side you're going to be kicking up for the cartwheel. Now, you might be thinking, hey man, I can't do a cartwheel just yet. No fear, it's all good. And the cool thing is you don't have to have a perfect cartwheel. Nope. All we're after here is making sure that you can safely perform this movement with your arms locked out. And that's a key point here. By keeping your arms straight, you're protecting your head and your neck. So let's say, for example, if you just happen to mess up with the feet, you're still cool because you're not going to hit your head or your neck. You're protecting yourself. And by practicing on what I'm going to show you right now, getting really good at it, well, you're going to be working on overcoming the fear that could possibly hinder you from working on the handstand. So once again, just take that step forward. And we're going to place our hands on the ground. Now from here, let's say though that you don't have the hamstring strength, the flexibility. It's totally cool. Just bend your leg here. I just want you to put both your hands on the floor. Now this is a leg you're going to kick up with. By doing this side is my left side. I'm going to take my left hand and bring it over here. And I'm just going to kick with this foot and try and bring it right over there. I don't care right now how high I can kick. I just want to put my left foot over there. As you saw, it naturally turned me. This is your starting point. This is all you need to work on in the beginning. But Ryan, that doesn't really look like a cartwheel. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Remember, we're focusing on the bail. Then it doesn't have to be perfect. We're not gymnasts. We're just trying to protect ourselves, okay? So once again, I'm doing this, starting here. Hands are on the ground. I bring this left hand forward because my left leg is back. Now I just try and kick a little higher, but rather than kicking up over my head, I'm kicking to the side. This is a key point. So by kicking to the side, I'm also slowly using incremental progressions in order to help me to slowly work up to being able to kick up over my head. But once again, in the beginning, kick to the side. And that's it. From here, we're just going to start working and getting more comfortable with this to the point where you're able to start bringing your legs up a little higher into the air, as well as bringing the hand back. So check this out. This is it. Once you're at the point where you can bring your leg up higher and have that confidence to know that you're keeping your arms locked out, then you can start moving your hand back. We're going to do incrementally. So don't just immediately bring your hand back here. Incremental, a little bit at a time. Arms are locked out. You're pushing away from the floor. You kick this leg in the air and continue to push into the ground. And this is it. There's no magic to this. It's simply getting more comfortable at each stage. Slowly, slowly, with confidence, bringing that hand back to the point where both of your hands end up being shoulder width apart. So if we started here, over time, gradually getting to the point where we bring our hands here. Remember, we're kicking to the side, kicking to the side. And there you go. That's the bail. Remember, it doesn't need to be perfect. It's just helping you to remain safe. That's the big thing. How long is this going to take you to do it? I don't know. We're all different, and it doesn't matter. The most important thing, though, is making sure that you take the time to work on this and get comfortable, bringing awareness, making sure that you're keeping your arms straight, kicking to the side, and just, again, getting comfortable in this position and movement. The second key point is the setup. Now, the cool thing about what I'm showing you here is you don't just have to get the bail perfect before you move on to the setup, and you don't just have to have the setup perfect before you work on the split leg kick up. The thing is, these all work in conjunction with each other. So as you're working on the bail, practice that just a little bit. Once you're cool, move on, practice your setup. This is the setup. Now, I'm gonna just start off here with hands on the ground. And just look at this position real quick. So the way that I like to work on the setup is by having my index finger facing forward. I'm going to place my other hand shoulder width apart. If you don't know what shoulder width apart is for you, just look at your shoulders and just try and bring your hand underneath your shoulder. I know that sounds silly, but I see a lot of people thinking that their shoulders are like this wide. You know, maybe they are, but let's try and really focus on what's going on, and this is going to help you to bring better awareness to what is going on. Now, the other thing to take into consideration, though, is you might have some wrist issues. If that is the case, then you can turn the hands slightly out. Just understand that eventually we're trying to work to a point where we can get our fingers facing forward, or at least the index finger. Now, from this position, you're going to immediately push down and through the ground. This is pushing away from the ground. And eventually, once we get upside down, this is going to be scapular elevation. In other words, what we're after is always pushing away from the ground, putting ourselves into this position. The setup is so important because when we're able to feel what's going on before we kick up, it's going to help us to set ourselves up for success. I know it sounds corny, but the thing is remember, when you go upside down, and if this is one of your first times working on a handstand, chances are it's going to be scary. And when you're upside down, typically most people have no idea what's going on with their body. So by focusing on that setup, making sure that you're putting yourself in the proper position from the beginning, it's going to allow you to safely work on the move. And that's what this whole thing is about here. So hands are shoulder width apart, index fingers facing forward. We're pushing down and away from the ground. We're going to add one other thing here before we move on to another position, and that is rotate our elbow pits forward. Now, when you eventually kick up, there will be an internal rotation of the elbows. But why I'm having you do this and turning the elbow pits facing forward, it's going to help you to naturally lock out the arm. A lot of trouble that people have when they actually start to work on the split leg kick up is that they bend their arms. When you bend your arms, you come out of that scapular elevation. It makes it more difficult for you to get back into a straight arm position with that scapular elevation and raising the shoulders. In other words, if we can make a pillar out of our arm, we know that the structure itself is going to be very solid. When we can keep that solid structure, it's going to make it easier for us, both physically and mentally. Okay, so once again, shoulder width apart, index fingers facing forward. We're pushing down or through the floor, elbow pits are forward. Now we can start looking at our head position. And this is where we're going to have to start bringing our butt up into the air by using our runner's kick up here, our runner's start. Now, notice where my shoulders are right now. I actually moved back. This isn't what we want. Remember, shoulders over the hands, pushing down and through the ground. Now I'm going to shift my head so that I'm looking through my eyebrows. Now you might be thinking, man, Ryan, you got some thick ass eyebrows there. How the heck can you look through your eyebrows? I can't, but you know what? Just imagine that you're looking through your eyebrows. The reason for this is that if you get into the habit of doing this and trying to look at the floor when you're in your handstand, it's going to mess up the position. So a cue that I like to say is look through your eyebrows. Sounds silly, but hey, I'm a silly guy. Just want to have fun, all right? So once again, index fingers facing forward, pushing down and through, elbow pits facing forward. We're going to get into our runner start. We're going to shift our shoulders up over our hands, continue to push. Now we're going to pull our chin in slightly so that we're looking kind of through our eyebrows. And this is our setup position. Okay. Important thing here is that you can practice this position without having to kick up into your handstand just yet. That comes here in a second when we do the actual kick up. But remember, it's all about, can you get into a position that's going to allow you to train safely? When you can do that, it's going to help you with that fear factor. And actually, even more importantly, it's going to allow you to actually progress in the handstand. If you're always able to get into the proper setup and keep that position, you're not going to be bending your arms. You're going to have that scapular elevation. Your head is going to be in the proper position. What that's going to do is further strengthen you and allow you to have the control so that the handstand, the actual handstand when you're upside down, will be easier. Now it's time to look at the split leg kick up. To be honest, this is typically where people lose it. And I mean figuratively and literally, okay? Lose it in terms of as soon as they kick, everything that we covered before, the bail and the setup, just kind of goes out the window, all right? It's very unfortunate. It doesn't need to be that way. And the way that I'm going to show you this is actually freestanding without using a wall. You might be thinking, Ryan, oh my goodness, isn't that dangerous? Hear me out. If you train it this way, then it's actually going to help you to bring better spatial awareness as well as control. It's going to also help you to get really, really good at your bail. Okay, now, when working on this, the one thing that I want you to mainly focus on is small kicks. So even though I say split leg kick up, you're actually not even kicking up into the handstand just yet. All you're trying to do is just see what's going on. This is kind of like an assessment. And what you're always doing when you're doing that kick up is focusing on what's going on with my position of my body. Are my shoulders over my hands? What's going on with my head? And am I pushing away from the floor? Check this out. This is really all that's going to happen, okay? You work on your setup here. You're going shoulder width apart, index fingers facing forward. You got elbow rotation. You got push away from the floor. You got this runner start. You rearrange, bringing your shoulders up over your hands. Adjust the head just slightly. You understand that you need to kick here. And as you kick, you push. And all you're going to do is this. And now, look at my shoulders. Oh, I shifted back. So I need to continue to keep my shoulders over my hands, pushing here. I'm going to kick. Oh, okay, there we go. And this is all you're doing. I'm not kicking up into the air, if you will. Well, I mean, I am, but what I mean is I'm not kicking my foot up over my head just yet. I'm kind of looking for a little bit of float time. That's what I'm after. But I'm not immediately bringing the other foot up and trying to match my legs in order to try and drive myself up into a handstand. Slow. Gradual. This is what's going to build the strength. This is also what's going to build the flexibility as well as control. So that as you slowly start to kick higher and higher, you know what's going on. You're bringing greater awareness into your body. Starts with this kick up and getting even more comfortable in being upside down. Now remember, you worked on that bail. You worked on that setup. And so you should be comfortable or moving towards more comfort in being able to protect yourself by bailing out just in case stuff happens. So this is what we can do. And I'm going to give an example right now of what happens if you overkick. It's a common thing, okay? And remember, just like I said in the bail, what are we focusing on in that bail? Keeping our arms straight. That's the most important thing that you can do. If anything here in this video you get out of is keep your arms straight, period, okay? So I got my setup, I already focused through that. Index fingers facing forward, elbow pits facing forward, pushing down and away from the floor, runner start. I've got my eyebrow look going on, I'm pushing, I'm gonna kick, but this time I overkick, oh no! I just do my bail. And purposely said, oh no, you know. Maybe you don't need to say that because it's not to that extent. But the thing is I didn't bend my arms. And that's it, okay? So once again, focusing on that kick up, slowly getting to the point where you can bring your legs up. Now, do realize though that this is scary. I'm just trying to give you an option so that you could do this literally anywhere and practice your handstand safely. But if you have a wall, you can use a wall. And this is going to help tremendously. And the way to do this and practice this when you're doing it is first work on your cartwheel bails, practice that setup a bit. And then you can go to the wall, you can perform a single kick up, give yourself a break, you know, shake things out, give yourself a breather, then try one freestanding. Give yourself a break, shake things out, go back to the wall. And you can go back and forth between the wall. Why would you do this? Well, using the wall is going to give you a bit more confidence because you know that the wall is there and it'll catch you just in case. By going and working freestanding, like without the wall, it allows you to build even greater confidence in not only the kick up, but your bail, in knowing that you are safe. And the more opportunities that you have to be upside down, the better it's going to be. How do we get better? We practice, and we practice in volume. Most important thing about that, though, is making sure that the reps that we're doing are high quality repetitions. So, going to finish with this. Whenever you're working on either the cartwheel bail, the setup, or especially the split leg kick up, don't be like the Energizer Bunny and just kick up and kick up and kick up and kick up and kick up. No, we don't want that. One single attempt. Make it as beautiful as possible, focusing on that setup, possibly bailing out of it if you need to. Give yourself a break. Think about what you need to do for the next time. In other words, focus on that setup and kick up and try one again, making it as beautifully as possible. If you can do that, you're going to get better. Quality repetitions done in volume, practice, equates to getting any skill out there. But if you rush it and you don't think about what's going on, you end up having crappy form. And we don't want to train crappy form. Train the best way you can, and by doing that is just simply following what I've shared here in this video with you, just getting on the floor and practicing the movements. All right, hope you enjoyed this video, and if you're serious about handstands, we have a full course and handstand coaching program as part of our Alpha Posse membership, where our coaches give personalized feedback and support as you practice. Check the link in the description to join the wait list for next time it opens. As I mentioned earlier, gymnastics played a big part in my life from a very early age. And I competed on the Folgers gymnastics team in Wichita, Kansas until I was 18 years old. I loved the gymnastic rings. And I got back to training with them later down the road. And as a matter of fact, one of our very first programs was called Rings 1. You might remember that program if you've been here with us for a while. We even created Rings 2, original name. And while we no longer offer those programs anymore, the importance of ring training is still a part of GMB and the training that we do. The first movement I feel that you should master on the rings is the top position. By the way, I loved shooting this video because the cherry blossoms were out, and I just always loved training outdoors. However, it was always a challenge to shoot at this park because every 15 minutes or so, there would be an announcement over the loudspeaker about something or another. And this is a pretty common thing for Japan, actually. It was obnoxious. But anyway, here's why you must master the gymnastics rings position. This position is the most important ring skill to master for the average fitnesser. Here's why. The top support position strengthens the interstabilizing muscles by forcing you to keep the arms pulled close to the body for balance. It builds stronger rotator cuffs and scapula and improves mobility of the shoulders by working towards getting proper scapular depression and slight downward rotation needed for the rings turned out position. It builds a strong core with improved balance, stability, and proprioception due to the fact that the rings are open chain and move around. It builds tendon strength and general straight arm strength that will help with any other movement where you're locking out your arms. And when you're working on the rings, the top support position is something you're always going to return to when you're above the rings performing muscle ups, holding an L sit, or even transitioning into and out of a bent arm stand. And those are just a few reasons why the top position is the first skill that you should master when working on the rings. In this video, I'm going to take you through everything you need to know about the top position, including how to train it step by step. All right, so you'll typically find the following exercises as suggestions when you start off training on the gymnastic rings. Hanging, which is great for grip strength and shoulder health. Reverse rows, which are a fabulous starting place for building pulling strength. And of course, you're going to see push-ups in there because they're fabulous for basic pushing strength above the rings. And because your feet are on the ground, you'll be able to better stabilize yourself. But here's the thing, the better you get at controlling yourself above the rings with feet off the ground, the better full body awareness and stability you're going to have for when you practice movements both above the rings and under the rings. Let's go over some common mistakes that I frequently see. I usually see people just jump up there and try the top position, and the rings start shaking like crazy. You're going to lose control of your arms, and there's no telling which direction they're going to go when you fall out. Poor form with back rounded, arms bent, and rings turned inward. Now, training this posture doesn't mean you're getting stronger at the top position. It means you're training crappy posture, which will actually lead to even worse posture. Not spending enough time building the proper straight arm strength in the top position. Building the necessary tendon strength for ring training is extremely important, and that can't be rushed. Taking the time to work through the top position progressions that I'm going to be sharing with you will help build that strength in the beginning so as to decrease injury down the road. The way to make sure that you don't screw this up is to always focus on making it easy for you to get into the proper position. No matter what progression you're working on, the goal is always to assess and feel when there's a slight change to the posture, then work to get back into the proper position. Now we're going to cover what that proper position is so that you can practice getting really, really good at it. The key point here is to lower the rings so that you're able to place your feet on the ground. By having your feet on the ground for assistance, you can work on the position without overtaxing the central nervous system by having to fight to keep you up there. This assistance allows you to assess what's going on in your posture and make those adjustments safely so that you can spend more time in the correct position. Here's the position we want. Shoulders pulled back into neutral position and downward. This is shoulder depression. Elbows locked out and facing forward, gradually working to turn the rings outward. However, in the beginning, I suggest keeping them close to the body for better support. Keep your wrists straight in line and not breaking to the outside or inside of the rings. Finally, don't squeeze the rings as hard as you can. It's not necessary, so relax your grip. All right, so now that you know the position, this is how you can train it. With the rings about shoulder width apart, set them up at a height so that you can comfortably stand between the rings with your feet flat on the floor and arms extended down by your side. This is the starting position. Now you're probably going to be tempted to just pull your feet off the ground and try that top position, okay? Don't. Remember, you're trying to work towards building the necessary tendon strength and keep that posture so that you don't get injured. The top position is so important, and this is going to come into play when you start working on your muscle ups and all the other fun stuff out there. All right, so here are the progressions that I suggest you work through. Feet flat on the floor, making sure to push down and through the rings. Knee bend with feet still on the floor. Up on your toes. Toes pulled just slightly behind you. Feet off the floor. So once those are easy for you, you're going to raise the rings so that the bottom of the rings are in line with your hips. This is going to force you to jump up into the rings and catch yourself with feet fully off the ground and body straight. Pull the rings close into your sides as soon as you jump. Now this is where you'll really start to improve your stabilizer muscles and control. So for this progression, if you have a partner, then you can have them spot you. This is how you're going to do it. Once you're ready to jump up there and you have someone to help spot you, this is how they can do it. Super simple. You're going to grab a hold of the rings, and all your spotter is going to do is grab a hold of the rings as well. When you jump up there, your spotter is going to pull the rings into your hips. That's it. The cool thing here is that you can start to adjust the tension in terms of how much you're spotting simply by using your fingers. 3 fingers, 2, 1, then slowly taking the hands away, making them fight for it. Super simple way, but the spotter is always there to help and pull the rings back in if you need it. That's it. Now remember, at any point, if you feel your posture change during any of these progressions, then work to get back into that proper position by either adjusting your feet or your toes, or you could even drop down to a previous progression and continue to work with that. You're going to get so good at this position that it just becomes natural for you, and that's what we want. And the reason is that when you're working on more advanced moves above the rings, you're gonna get tired. But you'll know that you can always come back to that top position because it's a place of safety for you because you own that movement. Now, if you're just getting started with rings training, I would make the top position your primary thing to focus on and only focus on that for a couple sessions. And don't worry, this is only for a couple sessions. And by doing this, it's gonna set you up on the right track so that when you add in those other movements, you'll be good and ready. You're gonna practice the top position by using a variation that you can hold for 10 seconds with perfect form. The key point here is practice. And because you're practicing the position here, you're not looking to burn yourself out. You want to be able to get into the position and hold it as perfectly as possible. Okay, so practice 5 to 10 attempts of the top position for 10 seconds each, with a solid rest in between each attempt. Upwards of a 2-minute break between sets in the beginning. And by the way, you might think that you're using perfect form, but the only way to know is by taking video. So I really encourage you to take video when you're practicing. Chances are you're using a progression that's still a little too tough for you. Don't let ego get in the way of improvement. And as I've mentioned numerous times, the most important thing here is that you're practicing on getting really, really good at the proper position and not looking to burn yourself out. But take note that as you increase the number of attempts, they will get more difficult. So just drop down a progression or 2 when your form starts to falter. And don't worry, you're still going to be improving, because remember, the goal here is to practice the proper position. All right, so once you feel that you've practiced enough attempts, it's time for a burner set. Yeah. Well, this is where you take the last progression that you practiced and perform a finisher set where you're going to hold that for as long as you can for a single attempt. For example, let's say that for your last practice attempt, you used the top position with just your toes touching the ground and you held that for 10 seconds. For your finisher, you're going to take that same progression now, but hold it for as long as you can until your form starts to break down. Then you're done. Now this should be super tough, but I want you to fight to hold that proper position for as long as you possibly can. Now this is going to build strength endurance without crushing you because you're not using the most difficult progression that you're capable of. In this way, you'll be getting better and improving tendon strength without overdoing it. Now if ring strength is your main strength training right now, then you can practice this up to 3 times a week. Just be sure to give yourself a day of rest in between each session. After just a few sessions, you're going to find that your strength has already improved. And then you can start thinking about adding in some hanging, some pulling or pushing moves like reverse rows and push-ups. Now the way to progress with this is to use your 10-second practice holds as an assessment. If you find that a particular progression is starting to feel super easy for you, then try out the next progression. Can you hold this new progression for at least 5 seconds with really, really good form? If so, great. Stick with this progression now and work up to being able to hold it for 10 seconds. However, if you find that your form pretty much just crumbles right at the beginning of that new progression, then stick with the previous progression for at least another session or maybe 2. All right, time for some Q&A. I disagree because somebody on the internet said pulling is important and therefore rings equals pulling and this isn't pull-up, so you are wrong. Yes, pulling is important on the rings, just like having a strong core is in order to get your hips up above your head for things like inverted hangs. However, having the necessary strength to be able to stabilize yourself both above and below the rings isn't going to come from only training pulling movements. That's why the top position is the position for you to start with. What if my hands hurt? Well, that could be because you're gripping the rings too tightly or your wrists are not in the proper position. And what if my wrists are weak? Now, this of course comes back to how you're gripping the ring. So remember to try and make sure that your wrists are in this nice straight line. And also, in order to strengthen your wrists, remember, you just need to focus on working through the progressions I've laid out for you here for the top position. Next question, what if I'm tall? Luckily, the top position is one move where it doesn't matter if you're tall or short, because the move itself doesn't require you to use leverage in order to work on it. Now, what if I have bad shoulders? Well, first off, make sure that you're actually okay to start training. So if you're going through an injury, then be sure to get the okay from a medical professional. Now, once you are good to go, then working through the progressions in the way that I've laid out can help in strengthening and improving the mobility in your shoulders. Just be smart about the training and don't rush into the other progressions until you're ready. Will this get me jacked? Nope, but that's not really the point with this move. Now, honestly though, working on the top position and getting really good at it though is going to help you to start working on some other movements that can help you to build muscle as long as you're training in the proper manner. How long should I hold the top position until I can do an iron cross? Forever. Seriously though, the iron cross is a movement that can take years and years to master, but the thing is, it starts here with the top position. So just focus on what's right in front of you, getting really good at the top position. I can totally do the top position with an L-sit. Tell me why I'm wrong. All right, cool, but that depends on what your L-sit looks like. If you're able to keep that nice, proper top position and slowly raise your legs up to that 90-degree position without the top position changing, well, hey, you got it. If not, go back and work on your top position. Next question, what if I'm hypermobile? All right, so this is a great question, and this is actually the case with me. And so what I suggest is that when you have your arms completely locked out, you'll want to actually focus more on a soft elbow. Just a slight bend of the elbow. What this does, it allows the joints to stack in a line with each other and keep you from hyperextending your elbow. All right, next up, will I destroy my elbows? Unfortunately, yes, you could if you don't allow yourself the proper time to slowly and gradually work through the progressions in order to build the proper tendon strength that you need for this position. Next up, another great question, what about using a band? Now personally, I don't encourage people to use a band because I found that the majority of people who do use them become overly reliant on them. And what happens is they tend to rush into those next progressions. Instead, what I feel is a better way to do it is to just spend more time in working through the progressions that I've laid out for you, making sure that you're able to do this in a manner that's going to allow you to progress at a pace that's going to be very natural and beneficial for you. All right, final question. Someone said I'll never have sex unless I do this with the rings turned out. How will I ever get laid? Brother, that's a whole other video. Now, if you're still watching this video, I want to say thanks for sticking around. Obviously, top position is something that I think is extremely important. And if you're new to the ring game out there, please take your time working through these progressions and get really good at them. Trust me, you're going to be coming back to this position a lot. And the way to be successful and enjoy your ring training is to get really good at this. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them below. And hey, have a great day.
In case you didn't know, we were one, if not the first online training companies in the bodyweight ring skill acquisition world to put out a product. And over the years, we've used various platforms, websites, apps to deliver the content. But a few years ago, we got serious and we decided to build our very own platform. It's called Praxis, which means practice, in case you didn't know. Now, the next video is an actual practice session from Praxis where I cover the forward shoulder roll. I shot this in my private studio in Japan, which was only a short walk from my house that my family and I lived in for 17 years until we moved to the US a few years ago. And I gotta say, watching this video brings back some really good memories of training and shooting videos there.
Hey, what's up? Ryan here. Today is going to be a lot of fun. Reason why is you can follow along with me as I go through a full session in Vitamin that's been updated and is on our new platform, Praxis. That's right. So what I'm going to do is basically just hit the button on my computer. It's gonna hit start, and I'm just gonna go straight through. Today I'm gonna be doing a 15-minute session. You can do it along with me. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So I'm gonna move over to my computer, get it started, and then we can get into our session. So today's session, we're gonna be working on session number 2. I've already got everything queued up here using a MacBook Pro. This is just from my browser here. I'm already logged in and everything to Vitamin. I'm gonna scroll down here. I've already gone through session 2 before, but I thought it'd be fun to do it again today. So I'm gonna go ahead and just hit session 2, and it's gonna queue me up right here to session 2, over the falls. And so today what we're gonna be doing is focusing on the forward shoulder roll. And you notice here, we've got 6 exercises within this particular session. And I selected 15 minutes. And so from the beginning to the end, this is only gonna be 15 minutes. Pretty short session. You can set it up for 15 minutes or 30 minutes, depending on what you wanna do. So we'll go ahead and hit start session. You see my ugly mug there. A little intro video. I'm gonna skip that. We don't need to watch that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and skip it, go into next. And then 15 minutes for today's session. So hit that, continue. We'll be off to the races. We're gonna start off with prepare. And so in our prepare session today, this is what we got going on. We got these 3 warm-up movements. All the cues and everything are in there. And hey, let's just get into it. Now, when this starts, there's gonna be a tutorial with Jarlo's lovely, lovely voice explaining how to do the movement. I'm gonna pause that. I'm gonna go ahead and just get right into the start portion of it. And we're just gonna work on our wrists here. And so let the timer take me through it now. I'm just gonna start off, and this is a minute. And as you go through Vitamin and the other programs that we have on Praxis, but in this case Vitamin, you'll notice in this case that Chris is demonstrating this particular prep movement that we have going on. Cool thing about Praxis and everything that we have set up is it's not meant for you to necessarily follow along, but just basically teach you the movements and give you a timer so that you can just focus and step away from the computer or your iPhone or your smartphone or your iPad or whatever you're using and really focus on that particular movement. Of course, I'm talking right now, but I've done this a couple times, so I know what's going on. So we're coming up to the end of that minute. And again, I'm just prepping myself for today's session, getting ready for when I get into the forward rolls. Now, beep, let me know. It's been a minute. So I hit the done button. Cool. We're going to move on to the next warm-up move, kneeling back flexion to prone. And again, I'm going to skip this and go right into the start of it.
Tuck your chin in and sit your hips back as much as you can.
So I'm going to hit start. We're going to be starting for 3, 2, 1. And here we go. Sitting back. Forward, nice and easy. Again, this is meant to go at your own pace. So we do have that demo video in there, but rather than following along with the demo, what I suggest is really listen to your body and go at your own pace. You're not focusing on repetitions. You're focusing on what's going on in your body today and each and every day. So just because we have a demo in there doesn't mean that it should be done exactly the same way. What I mean by that is don't think that if you can't perform it exactly how it's shown that it's bad. I mean, you work at your own pace and focus on whatever needs you have that day. And as we go into the play portion of today's session, then I'll talk about making adjustments. And yeah, we'll go through that. We're coming up to the end of this prep. There we go, there's the buzzer. So I'm gonna go back over here, hit done, move on to our final prep. Our final prep is the general kneeling lunge. So for the kneeling lunge here, the cool thing about this is that Praxis already knows that we need to do both sides. And so I hit the timer. I'm just gonna focus on going through this prep.
want to hold this a little bit today. I kind of feel like holding it just a little bit, kind of tight to be honest. So, but to further explain that, Praxis knows that you need to do this on both sides. So it's set up so that the timer will adjust according to that. So we'll be doing 30 seconds, pardon me, 1 minute on each side, both right and left. So again, we're doing 15 minutes for a total session. And so everything's adjusted according to that. The 3 prep exercises in there will be about a total of 5 minutes, okay, about. And then moving on into the play portion that we're doing, time is also adjusted. So you don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. Again, that's the beauty of this program, is that you can really focus on what you're doing unless you're shooting a tutorial. Okay, so now it's time to switch. I wouldn't say a tutorial today, it's a follow along. We're doing this together, so I hope you are doing it with me. So this is a great opportunity for you to try this out and, you know, get a feel for what's going on in our vitamin program. Really, really love vitamin. It's one of my favorite programs. I mean, not that I don't like any of our other programs, it's just that there's so much of variety in vitamin. Every day is different, you know. There's levels in terms of variations of each movement for every person, so it really doesn't matter your level. You can work if you're just a beginner, and you can work up, and even if you're advanced, because you can always go in there and play. And that's the focus of vitamins: exploration, having fun, and that's what it's all about. We're coming up to the end of our prep here. I'm excited to get into the play portion. So there we go. So we finished up our prep. So now what we're going to do from here, hit done, and it's going to take me right into asking me how I'm feeling today. You know what? I'm feeling really good. I'm ready to rock. So I'm going to hit that button and then continue. It's going to take us into our play portion. And so play, as I mentioned earlier, is about exploration. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to explore the forward shoulder roll setup. This is our first movement today. Now, I've done this a lot, but the thing is, it doesn't matter. You can always come back to it and further explore it. I want to focus on these key points that's going on in here. And I can watch this tutorial. Yes, they can. I just noticed that I'm wearing the same shirt and jeans that I am in this video. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and skip this though so we can get right into it. We're just going to focus on going right into the setup. And so I'm going to hit start, and again, the time is adjusted for me. And so all I'm going to do is focus on going now on both the right side and the left side. And so for here, I'm checking here, I got like 3.5 minutes to mess around with this. So, you know, I'm just going to be focusing on make sure that in my starting position that I screw this arm up over, I make a window, and then I look through the window and make sure that my head is free. And so what I'm doing here is just seeing how this feels. And I'm doing this on both sides. I'm not in a rush to do it. Again, I'm exploring it. Seeing how things are going today when I'm doing this as I screw that arm into the floor, making my window, placing the shoulder on the ground and looking through the window up at the ceiling. I'm not doing a forward roll at all right now. I mean, this is just the first variation in a series of 3 that we're going to be working on. I'm going to go to the opposite side again now and just continue working on it. Oh, noticing there, my knee naturally wants to float off the ground. That's cool, but I'm not trying to go any further. I'm just seeing what I can do with this particular variation of the movement and get comfortable with it. What's going on with my breathing? Am I bracing? Which you shouldn't be. And so the thing is, speaking of breathing, let's say I'm 2 minutes, I got 2 minutes left, and I do this and take a break if I need a break. So I step back and catch my breath and think about what's going on. It's not a matter of being like the Energizer Bunny where we just keep going and going and going and going.
All right, so I've got what, like a minute and 20 seconds left. Again, it's just focusing on exploration, working on this particular variation, going nice and slow. Now, you don't need to match my pace again. I've done this a lot, and so it's not that I'm perfect at doing this at all, okay? That's not it. It's that I've just spent a lot of time working on it. But a lot of the times in Vitamin, and for the majority of the things that you're doing in Vitamin, they're going to be movements that you've never done before. And so the thing is, don't think that you should be able to nail those or get those movements in the very beginning. It's about play. It's not about getting those particular movements. It's about seeing what's going on when you try those movements. And for the first 28 days that you do Vitamin, you'll be doing those movements every single day if you follow it day by day there. But the thing is those movements repeat then. So you do 28 sessions, and then you repeat those 28 sessions. So you get an opportunity to do those one more time. And so we just finished up here, so I'm going to go on to the next movement. So after the forward shoulder roll setup, next up, forward shoulder roll foot walk.
This variation, I'm going to ask.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just skip that. I'm going to talk you guys through it, and you can see how I'm doing when I'm doing this. I'm going to go ahead and start it. As I mentioned, we repeat. So we do 28 sessions, and then you repeat those 28 sessions. So it's a lot of fun. There's also some other things coming up in those last, or I should say the second 28 sessions, some challenges and stuff. So it's not the exact same. Now, for this particular variation that I'm doing, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to screw my arm, shoulder to the floor, make that window. I look through up at the ceiling. Then from here, I'm going to bring my butt up into the air. I'm just going to walk my feet forward. Notice that I don't fall over. I'm not doing the forward roll yet. Screwing that arm. Bring it down to the floor. Look through the window. Bring my butt in the air and I walk my feet forward as far as I can without falling forward. That's very important, and that's what we're trying to explore with this particular variation of the movement. Now, you might fall over. That's cool. Well, you know how far you need to go then. In other words, you shouldn't go that far because you'll fall over. So this is what I mean by exploring. And so trying to figure out these little things instead of just trying to do the movement. See what happens when you try and go slow. What's going on with your head? Notice my head is not touching the floor at all when I'm doing this particular variation. I'm walking my feet forward as far as I can and coming back out of it. Again, where is that point for you? It's going to be different for everyone. Take a break if you need to take a break. It's totally cool. How is this side compared to the other side? You might find that you can do the other side no problem, but then, oh no, you start to fall forward. Hey, it's totally cool. Just go back. Try that again and just don't go that far. Are you holding your breath? I hope not. Okay. Try and breathe naturally. Focus on what's going on. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, I'm skipping the tutorial, okay? I'm the dude who created the tutorial, so I kind of know what's going on. But when you go through the program in Vitamin, make sure that you watch that tutorial. Watch it. It's going to take about a minute and a half to watch that tutorial. But the thing is, by watching that tutorial, even if you think you know how to do that particular movement, there's going to be some key points in there that are going to help you for your exploration. And that's also important. So put aside that way of thinking and that you think that you know how to do the movement. Yeah, I'm sure you do know how to do the movement, but if you can look at it as coming into it with like a beginner's mind, beginner's eyes, beginner's mind, and thinking, okay, what can I learn from this movement that I never really explored before? And that's what I try to do anytime that I'm using these movements. Now, like even just now, trying like how I can open myself up even more here.
you know? And so each and every time that you're doing it, think about it that way. And that's a lot of fun, you know, think about it that way. All right, so we just finished up here. So now we're off to the last one. And so the last one, typically in vitamin, it's now time to perform the full shoulder roll. Yay! This is pretty easy. And the reason why
Whatever, dude.
worked all the way up to this. Now all you have
Yep,
to
that
do
is a good
is
point. All right.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get into this, the forward shoulder roll to sitting position, and let's do it. So we're exploring now, and so the key point after watching that tutorial, which we just watched, right? Right, whatever. Okay, is you take that first variation, you piece the second variation on it, and then all you do is you just keep walking your feet forward, and you naturally fall out of the roll. That's what it is. We're not jumping into this at all. This is where I can set myself up using the previous variations. I go slow, and I just see how easy and slow I can make this movement. That's what we're doing with this, and everything here in Vitamin, and everything at GMB. So again, it's looking at this movement and trying to do it to see what we can do. Doesn't mean that you might not, or pardon me, that doesn't make sense what I was trying to say. Hold on just a second. There we go. Is having trouble doing the movement and talking at the same time there. You're gonna find that there's gonna be some movements in vitamin that you just simply can't do. That's fine, whatever, okay? We've got the first variation that I try to make accessible to everyone at any level. You might try that second variation and find that it's doable for you, but you're still kind of having some trouble. That's okay, because remember, it's not about getting the movement, it's just trying to explore and try it. And then you move on to that third variation, that final variation within that day's session, and you look at it and you're just like, well, I don't think I can do this. But I always suggest to at least try it. And you try it and you're like, man, this is not working. And it's not that it's not even working, it's that it doesn't feel safe. And if it doesn't feel safe, step away, focus on the previous two variations that you're doing. It's totally cool. So that's how things should be, because remember, we're not trying to frustrate you here. All we're trying to do is help you to see not only what's possible, but how you can do this in a way that's enjoyable. And really, Vitamin, to me, that's why it's one of my favorite programs, because it's so enjoyable, because each session is completely different. You're doing a different movement. And if you can get rid of like thinking, oh man, I gotta get this. No, you don't gotta get anything. Besides just simply enjoying it. And here we go, like checking out my head as I go through. How slow can I do this? Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Cool. And now, because I have that, now maybe I can work on tempo. So now I can set up, boom, 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 and focus on control now, okay? And so that's the thing, we're looking at strength, we're looking at flexibility, we're looking at control. And depending on where you are with that, it's going to be different. So that's why it can be fun. All right, so we finished up our play portion of our session. I'm going to hit done. Session completed. Yay! All right, cool. And so the next session there, I'm going to do is I'm going to click out of this. It's going to take me to the Ponder screen where I can rate my workout and say, today, how was it? It was looking kind of broke, okay? Or maybe it was looking rough. Maybe it was smooth. Maybe it was snappy. Well, I'm feeling pretty snappy today, so I'm gonna add that in there. As far as effort, maximum effort, which means it was really, really tough, right? Or here maybe it was challenging, okay. Or maybe it was solid, okay.
feeling really good. Going back here, challenging. So basically, whereas, and the quality scale goes up in quality, we're looking at effort here. So this would be most difficult, leading towards easier, if you will. So here we can look at relaxed. I'm actually gonna go ahead and put in solid. I've done these a lot, but because I was talking to you while I was going through this, you'll notice that my breathing is a little bit labored. I can add in my notes here. Had fun, okay, whatever. And then I just hit done. And then it's gonna take me back. And in this case, we also have Mobius on there, vitamin, and then at the bottom here, I can look at what I've done recently. I just finished up session 2 of vitamin. Lets me know it was the quality of the session along with the ease. It was a 15-minute session with 6 moves. And yeah, so that's it. Now, a lot of fun there. I hope you enjoyed that. Very raw video, if you will, of me just going through one session from vitamin. Now, as I mentioned before, vitamin has 28 sessions that repeat twice, so a total of 56 sessions in all. If you've gone through our previous vitamin, you'll notice that it's different. And it's all updated. It's on our Praxis platform, which allows you to follow along of sorts, but again, the purpose is not for you to literally just follow along the program. It's for you to become better aware of your movement, what's going on when you're performing particular movements within a session, having fun, seeing the results that you're after, and really, can't stress this enough, becoming better aware of what's going on. This is really what it's about. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Leave us a comment below if you have any questions, and check out some of the other videos on our channel here. Got tons of videos, so subscribe. And if you have any other questions, feel free to always contact us via email. Cheers.
So next up in the 5 Ps, we have play. Now this isn't something you hear too much about when it comes to working out. And play gets kind of a bad rap. It's either just for kids or simply time spent between doing something productive and something else. But the truth is that regular and deliberate inclusion of play can actually improve our capabilities and our physical competence. And that's why you'll find play in the 5P framework. And playing isn't just doing whatever you want, by the way. You first need to practice a skill, that's why we have that in there, until you feel comfortable with it. Once you do that, you can then look at exploring that movement, that's what we do with play, and get creative with it. So therefore, play now becomes an opportunity to engage mindfully in a way that formal exercise often doesn't allow for. And in order to get a better feel for play, there are 6 athletic movement patterns you should be training, and that's what this next video covers. Now, by the way, in this video, you're gonna see my first fur baby Bree sleeping beside me. She's been in tons of GMB videos. She passed away about 5 years ago. So I love going back to watch these videos and see her in there.
Hey, what up? Ryan here from GMB Fitness. Now today, I'm gonna be talking about functional movements. I'm not talking about those silly exercises you see where a person is on top of a stability ball doing squats. What I wanna do is talk a little bit about my thoughts on what it means to be using functional movements appropriately. If you're playing sport, any sort of activities, you always want to get better for that sport, for that activity you're doing, right? It makes sense. And so there are certain things that we're always looking for in order to help us to improve those sports. And in GMB, we're looking at 3 things. We're looking at strength, flexibility, and control. If we can focus on those and get better at our strength, get better at our flexibility, get better at our control, we can keep things simple, focusing on certain movement patterns that are going to carry over for everything that we're doing. The way we do that is we focus on these 6 fundamental movement patterns here in GMB, and that's what we're gonna do right now is cover those. The first one is push. I wanna use the example of a surfer.
So let's say that you need to get better at being able to pop up onto your board. So obviously, there's some things involved here. We need to have the power, the pressing, pushing power to be able to actually initiate that movement. We also need the flexibility to be able to get into the squat position. We also need the control to be able to balance in there. Well, we can focus all those things at once if we were to focus on just doing pop-ups. But let's break this down. And if we look at the 6 fundamental movement patterns that we have here in GMB, one of the first ones is the push. And so what we can do is we can actually just take the pushing component of that pop-up, which would be the push-up. Work on getting stronger in that. Focus on our control. It's also going to help us with flexibility and our range of motion with our shoulders. And the better that we can do that by simply focusing on slow and controlled push-ups. And doing this in a manner where we can then sophisticate that movement, getting even stronger, possibly doing staggered push-ups, possibly working up to a single arm push-up. Really, it's focusing on that pushing component that's going to allow us to improve the strength, flexibility, and control at a level that's good for us, good for you. And that's what it comes down to. So as a matter of fact, you might only need the push-up. That's a good thing. You can stick around, just hang out in that push-up, get really, really strong with that movement, and you know it's functional because it's going to be helping you for the pop-up with your surfing. All right, so the next one I want to take a look at is the pull. We're going to go over to the rings, take a look at that. All right, so the next thing up would be the pull. And so this is a fundamental movement pattern that we have here in GMB, and there's many different ways we could do it, but I want to keep it simple. So let's think about if you were getting into rock climbing, and let's say that you just want to go to the bouldering gym. You just need to improve your basic pulling strength, or as a matter of fact, you just want to get even stronger. It's looking at those attributes. Okay, what do we need to focus on? We need to focus on that strength. We need to focus on that flexibility and control. I know I keep saying this, but the thing is focusing on those components is what is going to help you in your particular activity. And so one movement that I like to use is called the reverse row sit back. Now, I'm not saying that this is the end all of all the pulling movements that you need, but this is a great example that incorporates that strength, that flexibility, and the control needed in order to get better at this movement that's going to translate over to pretty much everything else you got going on out there. So my rings are relatively high in comparison to typically how I would teach this, but I think this will be a good example because what this is going to force me to do when I'm working on this is strengthen the scaps. We're looking at strengthening the shoulders. When we get the hips up, we're incorporating the core, which is strengthening it, as well as flexibility when we get the pull to the top portion of it, full range of motion. When we turn the rings, we're further strengthening our back, our core, our arms. When we sit back, we're looking at flexibility. Do we have that range of motion as well as strength to keep us in this position? And then return, turning the rings, and then lowering ourselves, going all the way down. Do we have that strength? Do we have that flexibility? Do we have that control? This is a very functional movement. Why? It hits all of those. This is something I love, and I recommend it to everybody, no matter what your pulling strength is. You can also do sophistication of this movement, single arm work. But the thing is, it's easily doable as long as you change it up to match your level. And what I mean by that is, if you only need to focus or you only can focus on that pull portion of it, great. Get strong in that position. If you're having trouble with the flexibility component of actually sitting back, moving your hips, great. Just focus on that component portion of it. Once again, it comes down to your goals. What do you need in order to help you with your activity regarding strength, flexibility, and control? Let's look at the next fundamental movement pattern. All right, so we just looked at that pulling movement. Next up for our fundamental movement pattern would be the squat. I already mentioned this earlier in reference to the surfer, but I want to give you a different example. I'm going to use myself as an example. I love Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I actually love to stand and do my passes from standing. So what's going on here is that I need good balance, control on the single leg.
I need strength in the leg as well as flexibility to be able to engage the ground and get in particular positions that are going to allow me to continue once I pass. And so, for example, something that I do like to use in my own training is a movement called the Colt. Single leg balance, driving down and turning. Now this is more of a sophisticated example. And so in order to show you a very simple in terms of single movement that hits on strength, hits on flexibility, and hits on control, then I'm going to use this prop and we're going to do the shrimp squat. This is a great example of a movement that works on leg strength. It's looking at flexibility, helping with range of motion in my ankles and my hip flexors, as well as control, because I'm going to be on one leg. And so the very basic movement is simply to go from here, and you can use this for balance, and simply try and go down as far as you can in this position. Now, this is with the leg hanging free in terms of not holding it. As you get better with this, being able to go all the way down to the ground and then standing back up. You can then further sophisticate it, working on better strength, improving flexibility, as well as control by not using the prop, holding on to your foot, and then slowly, slowly, slowly working on going down to the floor. Oh, I almost fell there. Great example of me losing my balance. But this is a good example of a movement that you can use that's very functional. The application of the shrimp squat and getting better at improving strength, flexibility, control is obviously going to carry over and help me with my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu when I go and start working on my passing game. Our next fundamental movement pattern is going to be the roll. Now, for this particular example, I'm just going to show you a standard shoulder roll. Super simple in terms of it can be easy. But rather than looking at this as something that you just do, when you're focusing on fundamental movement patterns, think of more as exploration. What can you learn from the movement that you're doing? Doesn't matter if you're just doing the push-up, if you're doing the reverse row for the pull portion, if you're doing the squat component where you're doing a shrimp squat. What are you learning from that? The movements themselves might be easy, but they can become not necessarily harder, but you can go deeper and learn more and get better if you reframe the way that you look at these movements and instead explore, see what's going on. And so the example that I'm giving here for the roll, this basic shoulder roll, how are you initiating the ground? Do you have the control when you place your shoulder on the ground? When you pull your head through, do you have the range of motion and flexibility to be able to keep your head off of the ground when you're performing this movement? Do you have the strength and flexibility to push your hips up into the air without falling over? As you go over, do you still have that control to be able to hold yourself and slowly, slowly roll out of it? So just because we're looking at functional movements doesn't mean that we're limited to simply strength. Doesn't mean that there's nothing to be learned in keeping things simple. And that's very important. When you can reframe the way that you look at these fundamental movement patterns, and instead of thinking of just crushing the movement, think of what you can learn. How can you explore from these movements? Sophisticating these movements is going to help you to be not only better in just doing those movements, but it's going to carry over to help you better in the activities that you're doing. Next up, we'll want to look at the twist. And so the twisting component, I showed one example of where I was twisting my body in a squat position where I do the Colt down and twisting this way. Another example we like to use here in GMB would be actually twisting our body in the movement while we have our hands on the ground. Now, an example of this could be as simple as doing an under switch with our body here. Under switches. Or they could even be sophisticated in doing something, an example as a swipe type movement. Looks similar to a cartwheel, but we're not bringing our legs up and over us. So the thing about it is, again, what is your goal? What do you need to focus on in order to help you to get better at your activity?
That's the most important thing. And what functional movement you use in the roll, in the push, in the pull, in the squat, in the roll, and the other two that I'm going to be covering here in a little bit, it depends upon your goal. And these examples that I'm showing you here are things that I found that are going to help the majority of people out there. And so that's why I like to keep it simple. This is going to focus on strength, flexibility, and control everything that you're doing. So our final fundamental movement pattern would be locomotion. Now what we're going to be doing is taking movements and putting them into motion. Now earlier when I showed you that roll and the twist, yes, they're in motion. All movements are in motion, but what I'm saying here is that we're going to be linking movements together when we're doing that. And so this is the beauty of locomotion and why it's one of our patterns, and that is that we can learn how to move better in different ways on the ground here that's going to apply to our activity. So an example here could be coming back to when I was demonstrating the pole when we're looking at the climber, and we can actually take locomotion movement patterns where you're reaching, you're twisting, you're pushing off with the legs. Doing these on the ground and getting better at those movements are going to help for when you're on the wall, reaching and twisting and pushing off with your legs. So an example might be in that case of something like, let's say the Spider-Man movement that we have that starts off from the bear, and then we reaching out and twisting, pushing off in our legs, reaching, twisting. We're also focusing, of course, on that pushing component. It's focusing on communication throughout the body. The body is learning how to work together in different movement patterns. And that's going to help us for when we're out there doing our activities in our sports. So many different examples that we can use for locomotion, but that Spider-Man movement that I just showed you is a great example of one that can be applicable, and it's easy to do in terms of on land, and that's going to help you for when you get on the wall when you're bouldering. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a comment below. Let us know what you think about this. Let me know some of the ideas and the things that you use in your functional movement training that helps you for your particular sport. And as well, let me know what sport or activity you do, because I'd love to continue the conversation, go a little bit deeper into what's going on with you. And hey, if you got any questions, let me know and we can help you out with that. Also, be sure to subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel, and check out some of the other videos that we have. Cheers.
This next clip is a tumbling tutorial for beginners and how to learn basic tumbling safely. And you're going to see that I'm actually demonstrating everything on a floor without mats. Now this is in one of the studios that I had in Japan, and I ended up having to move out of there because of all of the construction they did over the course of a year around that area. It made it so difficult to record audio in there. And even though I loved the gym, I just hated not being able to get any work done. But luckily I found a gym that you saw in the previous clip, and I have to say, that's really when the quality of our videos started to improve dramatically. Hey, this is Ryan from GMB Fitness. You've probably seen me or my GMB trainers doing some fancy tumbling tricks, and you might have thought, there's no way I can do that. Or maybe you've even thought, why would you even want to do that? Well, I'm here to tell you that there are tons of benefits to learning how to tumble. And the basics of tumbling can be learned at any level and be done by anyone. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to do that. Now, one of the biggest things that holds people back from learning how to tumble is the fear factor. But don't worry, in this tutorial, what I'm going to do is show you how to get started and give you some tips and some movements that are going to help you to work around and get through that fear factor. Like everything we do here in GMB, we're going to start off with the basics and gradually work our way up. Now, while we're doing that, you'll also learn the benefits of tumbling, how it helps with spatial awareness, and also work on some really fun moves and combinations in the tutorial. Now, there's two main movements, or maybe I should say movement themes, that we're going to be focusing on in this tutorial. We're going to be looking at rolls, and we're going to be looking at cartwheels. Now, we're going to be looking at
2 variations of the rolls, and 2 variations of the cartwheels. When we're performing these, we're going to first focus on doing them very close to the ground. This is going to help getting over the fear of tumbling. As I mentioned before, we're going to slowly work our way up to going further away from the ground. Now, even if you've done tumbling before, what I suggest is going back to these first progressions, these first variations that I'm showing you, and get a better feel for that. And that's really what we're after in this tutorial, is feeling what's going on in our body. The slower we can do these movements, and the better that we can feel what's going on, the better our awareness is going to be when we're going through the movements, and that's going to help with spatial awareness. By doing that as well, it's going to help us to get over that fear factor that we may have. Plus, you're going to learn some cool tricks while you're doing it. And we're going to focus on the forward shoulder roll, we're going to focus on the backward shoulder roll, we're going to focus on the cartwheel, and a variation of the cartwheel that might look similar to the macaco, not quite the macaco, but if you are working on the macaco and you don't quite have it yet, this might help you with it. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at the forward roll. Now, the most important part of the forward roll is making sure that your head makes minimum contact with the ground. We do that by extending and rolling one arm while looking back through the other arm that's bent. So think of the bent arm as a window, and you're poking your head through this window trying to gaze up at the ceiling. And the further that you can tuck your head and pull it through, looking beyond your armpit, the better off you'll be. Now, something that's going to aid with this is to lift the back knee of the window arm as you're tucking your head. So you'll notice here, I'm lifting my butt, and this allows my knee to come up as I tuck my head through. Now, at no point does my head make contact with the floor, as you can see here, since I'm able to move it freely. Instead, I want to place the load to my shoulder of the outstretched arm. So once you're very comfortable with this position, you can then work on straightening both legs. This is going to force your butt up into the air, and you might feel like falling over, but don't let yourself go over just yet. So this position is a key position, and I really suggest spending plenty of time getting in and out of this position by straightening your legs and then bending your legs and going back and forth doing that. This is going to teach control for the roll. Finally, to complete the roll, you simply walk your toes forward. Now, this is different instead of just letting yourself fall over or even jumping forward to achieve the roll. The reason is by walking your toes forward with control, you're teaching yourself timing and spatial awareness so that you have complete control anytime during that roll. Now, for some reason or another, you might find yourself falling to the side when performing the forward roll. Hey, no problem, this is perfectly fine, and I actually encourage it since it's gonna teach you better awareness in the long run. The key here, though, is to control that fall by slightly lifting both knees up off of the ground before going to the side. From here, you walk your legs around to the front, and you end up facing up. Now, I see this with those that still have neck or shoulder mobility issues, and you can still work on the forward roll by going to the side rather than working on straightening your legs and walking your feet forward. No matter what variation you're working on though, remember, the most important point is to always take note of your neck and work on tucking your chin to allow you to pull your head through your window arm. So first off, I want to show you the move that we're working towards. This is it. Now, the first order of business is getting a feel for rolling to your side rather than straight back. The way to work on this is to bring your leg out to the side and watch your toes as you roll backwards. Now, you don't want to go straight back because you'll smack your head on the ground, and that's not a good thing. So make sure that you're watching your toes and going to the side, because this is going to allow you to keep from rolling directly onto your neck once you perform the full roll. All right, so next up, you'll want to work on falling to the side and then walking your feet to the back. And you might think this isn't important, but trust me, being able to do this is gonna carry over to some other rolling movements in the future. So spend some time working on this. Be sure to pull your arm down a bit to the side in order to allow you to pull your hips up and over your arm as you slide your feet to the back. But finally, you can complete the roll by swinging your leg forward into a lunge position. Now this is going to set you up nicely so that you can perform the cartwheel. But remember that at no point should your head touch the ground during the roll. And as well, you should still be in control of the roll at any point during that roll. A great way to get in a lot of practice with your rolls is to combine the forward and backward rolls at any level you're at. The focus should be on slow and controlled rolls and working at a level that's comfortable for you. Try and breathe normally and take note of any sticking points you may have. Once you get better with these forward and backward rolls, you can then roll up into a squat and swing one leg forward into a lunge coming out of the backward roll. When performing the forward roll, it helps to shoot both arms forward, since this is going to add some momentum and it's going to allow you to pop up into the squat with your feet shoulder width apart. For your first cartwheel variation, I'd like you to pretend that there's an imaginary line, and I want you to step at an angle to it. So place your hands on the line and then bring your feet out at angles to the line as you step across. Your hands go down first, then your feet, and you're gonna follow along with the count of hands first, 1, 2, then the feet, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. For this next variation, you'll start from a squat. Now, starting from a squat to perform the cartwheel can actually be a bit more difficult. So that's why you'll go through the cartwheel progressions again while in the squat. So the focus here is to make sure that you reach far with that floating arm in order to initiate the cartwheel. You want to gradually work up to adding in a stronger push and lift to get your feet up and over your head so that you'll end up with that full cartwheel. Now that you've got those first two variations under your belt, you can start adding a little bit of a push and lift action to your cartwheel. Now this push and lift concept, where we're pushing away with the front leg while lifting the back leg up as high as you can, is not only going to help in getting your legs up over your head for the cartwheel, it's also what helps a person with the aerial, the B kick, and other tumbling tricks. So be sure to get really comfortable with this push and lift concept. All right, now it's time to look at a variation of the cartwheel that's going to have you going backwards by reaching your hand behind you. But rather than just jumping right into it, first I'd like you to twist your feet, and this is going to allow you to replicate the previous cartwheel variation that you've already practiced. But once you're comfortable with that twist, it's time to swing your arm past your body and let your feet float for the cartwheel. Feel free to keep your legs closer to the ground as you work on gaining better spatial awareness. Remember, it's not about just jumping right up into it, it's getting a better feel for what's going on in any movement that you're doing. Now it's time to move on to the final cartwheel. So this will have you swinging your arm over the opposite shoulder and kicking your legs up into the air to perform the full cartwheel. Notice that while I do show bringing the arm straight up and back to prep for the movement, when you perform the actual movement, you won't go directly back with the arm. Instead, you'll pull the arm up and just slightly to the opposite shoulder as you spot the floor. As with the floating arm, the same side leg will be the first to leave the ground. If this makes you nervous, don't worry, remember that it's just a cartwheel that you've already been practicing. Just take a step back and go through the process slowly. Think about where the arm needs to go, where you need to look, and what you'll do with your feet. All right, for this variation, the focus is on kicking your feet up off the ground and letting them float. Don't worry too much about how high they go. That's really not anything to worry about right now. The goal really is just to get comfortable with some float time while pushing down and away from the ground with your arms. This first forward combo might look pretty easy, but there's a lot going on here that's going to help you in getting more familiar and making contact with the ground. And see how pretty you can make it. That'll be a good indicator of if you have it down or not. This second combo is great for teaching control and for working on how to learn how to go directly into the squat and the cartwheel without pausing. If you're having trouble with this and getting up into the squat from the roll, just check to see that your feet are about shoulder width apart and make sure that your feet aren't together. The goal for the third combo is to see how slow and controlled you can perform each movement. I'd like for you to check to make sure that your head isn't touching the ground. As well, how smoothly can you transition directly into the backward cartwheel? That's something to take note of. Here's the first backward combo for you to explore. I want you to notice how I drop my legs and draw my knees in towards my head for this one. Be sure to pull your arm in close, and that'll make it easier for you to pull the hips up and over. Finish up by pulling your knees up and performing the basic cartwheel. In this combo, have you start by pulling the leg up and over. And remember, make sure to watch your toes as you roll to the side as you go over. I suggest trying out the second cartwheel variation. This is the last backward combo, and the goal here is not to rush it. Be sure that you're focusing on performing it with control. All right, so there you have it. A couple of combinations that you can work on to help you with your tumbling. Now, remember, start in the very beginning with those first variations I showed you where we're close to the ground. Slowly work on taking those movements and putting it into the combos and really get a good feel for what's going on in your body. It's going to help with the awareness as well, help you with your spatial awareness. When you move beyond this tutorial, start getting into some of the more advanced tumbling tricks. Have fun, enjoy the process.
Up next, we have 5 functional core exercises for stability and rotation. Now, this is one of the first vids where I hired someone to help me out with the shooting. They were still trying to get the hang of what I was doing. And because I move around so much, they had a really hard time tracking me and keeping things in frame. So I had to reshoot things so many different times. I mean, having a bigger studio would have helped. But hey, finding a big, affordable warehouse in the middle of Osaka, Japan was kind of tough. Now, with that being said, give this core workout a try. And I think that you're really going to find it's going to become one of your go-to sessions. Hope you're ready for these, because I'm about to give you some pretty intense movements to strengthen your core. The moves today build off of the hollow body hold, so don't skip it and don't try to shortcut it. Now, if you're not familiar with the hollow body hold, it's a classic, and we have a video on it with over 1 million views. Probably because I'm shirtless and I shave my chest. But once you get it, it's time to go beyond the hollow body hold. Be sure to leave a comment letting me know which of these moves is your favorite and why. All right, so the first move, take me back to my days of being a gymnast, and it's called the candlestick. Now, we ultimately want to incorporate the hollow body hold into this, but in the very beginning, we're going to start off with the first variation to just get you comfortable with what's going on. So when you're performing this, all I want to say in the beginning is make sure to tuck your chin as you go back so you just don't smack your head into the floor. Really, that's it. And as you go back, you might notice there that I have my fingertips on the floor. You can put your hands flat, but my hands are going to help me to create this good solid base so that I can push my feet up towards the ceiling. The other thing too is you might notice I'm actually not letting my head touch the floor. So it's very, very core focused, the whole point of this video. But when I'm performing this in the beginning, I'm using my hands for balance. Now the next step would then be to not use your hands. So leave your hands by your side, push your feet up into the air when you're performing this, so you're kicking the ceiling. Tucking my chin, and just kicking my feet up into the air. Next up, you can start shifting the angle of your arms so that when we go back, the arms are up here. And now I think you can see that we're starting to get into the hollow body position as we're working on this movement. So I'm going to continue with this, and notice that on the bottom portion, I add in this hollow body movement. Now, some people call this a different name. I learned it as candlesticks. And notice that I'm not letting my arms touch the ground. I'm not letting my head touch the ground. You can even pause here,
rock forward, rock back, and continue rocking forward in this position. This is an open hollow body position for candlesticks. All right, so quickly, I just want to say, don't worry about repetitions. Set a timer, 45 seconds, maybe a minute, and just work on going in and out of these positions rather than thinking that you should jump right into it and crank out a bunch of repetitions. Nope. It's about first getting really, really good with these positions, working on gradually getting stronger, and then the way that we work them is by using time, duration. Now the next move we have is actually from the recovery portion of our regulator program. Now twisting is very important in order to have a strong core, and that's what we're going to be focusing on this movement. I'm going to show you a couple angles, but first from the front so you can kind of see what's going on. If you're familiar with the cobra position, then you'll know what this is. And from here, I'm simply going to bring one leg up, and as I push into the floor, extend my chest, placing my foot on the ground and pushing up into a sitting position. I then return to that position with the focus being on the side here, using my core for balance as I go into this cobra position where I can then switch, change sides, slowly bringing my leg up over into the sitting position. And once again, the focus here should be on the side and balancing. So notice that my leg here off of the ground is going slow, slow. I can use this hand for balance as I bring this hand over to the opposite side, slowly letting the hand come down and then getting into this cobra position. Now you can make some adjustments to make this more difficult by doing exactly what I just did and using your fingers as training wheels as you go up over. So gradually getting to the point where you're just using one finger, using the core, focusing on the core. As you come back to the front, trying to find that balance, slowly moving into the movement, stretching out, going to the opposite side. Let's say this time you have trouble with this side. That's perfectly fine. You're gonna have one side that's stronger than the other. Maybe you need to use your fingers here, push into it. As you come back down to this side, trying to find that balance. Maybe you're a little weak here. You just put your fingers out and slowly work into this movement. This movement in Japanese is called yokoebi, which means side shrimp. I'm gonna break it down. This is the side shrimp. First off, this is all we're gonna do. I'm gonna focus on hip movement. We're gonna use our hands as training wheels. You're gonna put your fingers on the ground. You're gonna lift your feet up off the ground. You're simply gonna pull your hips up and over. You're gonna bring them back to the center and then back to the other side. So you're just basically going through left, center, right, center, left. Notice my head is off the ground and that this movement kind of mimics the candlestick that we were doing earlier, but we're simply going side to side. What we're gonna do next is focus on the shoulders. And so we're gonna use our arms and we're gonna throw our hands up in the air and pull our shoulders over to the side. Same thing, throw the arms up in the air, pull to the opposite side, pull to the opposite side. Now what we can do is start working on moving our hips without our arms now. So we go hips, shoulders, hips, shoulders. This time we're here and we're gonna incorporate our arms in order to help us to move our hips. So without moving our shoulders, we're just going to pull our hips up, over to the side. Notice that when my hips go to the left, my arms shift to the right. My arms shift to the left as my feet shift to the right. Now, in order to put this together, I'm just going to add in an extra arm throw when I do that to get my shoulders up and over. Now I can move my feet, shoulders, feet, hips, shoulders, and then I can switch. And I can continue this motion up and down the mat. All right, another movement from the recovery portion of our regulator program. This is the inchworm. Now, with this inchworm movement, take note of my breathing. This is the movement. One more. When performing, this key point is going slow. And I see so many people on Instagram, YouTube, whatever, performing core exercises and just going so fast that really they're missing out on some of the benefits that you'll get by just slowing down. Let's do that. First order of business here is I just want you to have your hands as if you're going to be doing a push-up position. You have your feet about shoulder width apart. That's fine. Just find a position that's going to be comfortable for you. Notice that I'm up on my toes. Reason why is we're going to use our toes to push into the ground as I drive my butt up into the air. You might find this is a bit tricky. Think of sliding your knees forward. So sliding your knees forward is going to help you to kind of get that feel for where the pelvic tilt needs to happen in this position. So as I push my butt up into the air, what I'm now going to do is focus on pulling my hips even in further to allow me to open up my chest as if I'm doing an upward facing dog or a cobra, and then I place my chest on the ground. We need to make some adjustments in order to get into the next move. That is, we need to bring our hands forward, and now we need to readjust our toes. So we need to pull our feet forward. Now we can just do the same thing. So I'm going to push with my toes, I'm going to push my butt, slide my knees forward, I'm going to pull my hips forward as I round the back, arch the back, pardon me, bring me back into this initial position. So once again, feet come forward, hands come forward, push into the ground, butt pushes up into the air. I then reverse the direction, so pull my hips in as I'm low, and then I can arch my back and bring myself to the floor. All right, next up, we have the forearm leg thread. Now I'm going to show you real quick. Check out what I'm doing here. On my squeaky mats. Now you've probably seen this before, at least a version of it. You can check out Instagram and see a lot of people just blowing through this, doing this. It's a fun movement, I'll agree. But like I said earlier, slow this down, let's work, strengthening our core. At the same time, it's gonna help with our flexibility as well as our control. Now, in the very beginning, we're gonna start off by taking ourselves a little further away from the floor. By having this distance, if you will, it's going to allow us to work on really getting this leg thread down first. Then we can get closer to the floor, and that's going to further tax our core as well as help to improve our mobility. So first off, hands about shoulder width apart, knees, feet about shoulder width apart. We're going to first work on what I like to call the floating tabletop. Now, you're going to round your back just slightly, and from here, this activates the core. You're pushing down away from the floor. I want you to just float your knees off the floor just a little bit, back and forth, side to side. This alone can be quite taxing on the core. Keep pushing, rounding the back. Now, once you're comfortable with that, I just want to ask you to drop your heels to the ground. That's it. Once you drop your heels to the ground, then I'm going to have you push away from the floor, sort of like when you were doing that cobra and twisting and sitting up out of it on the floor. Really focusing on the side, compressing the core. When you're doing this, pull your knee up. And I want you to turn just slightly. And the weight now is 50-50. And with this, just ask you to extend that leg, put it on the ground, pull it back in. Slowly rotate, placing the hand on the floor. You can let the heel come off the ground and replace the foot. So once again, knees are on the ground. We're gonna go into this floating tabletop position, rounding the back. Exhale, pulling the hips in. So you have a little bit of a pelvic tilt there, just like we did earlier with the inchworm. You're gonna let the knees float. You're then gonna check side to side. You're gonna let the heels drop to the opposite side. You're pushing down away from the floor, slowly pulling the hand up off. Foot comes off, knee is bent, comes in a bit higher, extend the leg. Feel free to place it on the floor, pull it back in, return to the original position. There you go. That's the leg thread, but we're not gonna stop there. Nope, we're gonna take it lower to the floor. So all we're gonna do is focus on having our hands flat on the floor here. As I'm in contact with my forearms, and I'm going to perform this floating tabletop the same way, loading up here, pushing down and away from the floor, pulling my tailbone under. As I push away from the floor, letting my knees float. Hang out here for just a second with me. We can even check side to side if you want. We can let the heel fall down. Okay, now, from here, we need to load on the opposite side to pull the hand close in, bring the knee in. We can extend the leg. You can even let it float. Pull it back in. Slowly, slowly return to the original position. Placing the knees on the ground. We'll load once more. Rounding the back, pushing away, tucking the tailbone, getting into this floating tabletop. Here, we're going to drop the heels. We're going to then load this arm, pushing away. It's like we're doing a side plank. We're going to bring that knee in. We're going to extend that leg. We're going to pull it right back and then go in to original position. Now, this to me is fabulous because when you focus on this particular position and stopping at each position, you're going to build that strength. You're going to build that flexibility. You're going to build that control. So important for confidence in transitioning from movement to movement. So we're here moving into other positions. Let's say you do a grappling art. I think you can see where this is going. I'm moving into other positions, putting this into motion now, and being able to comfortably get into certain positions, working and having this very strong core so that we can then have the confidence to move any way we want. This is what we're after here. It's not just about six-pack abs or anything like that. It's about moving better, feeling better, being able to do the things that you want to do, and enjoying those activities much, much more. If this video helped you out, you'll definitely want to watch these two next.
I've been doing martial arts consecutively for longer than anything that I've been doing. But the thing is, we don't teach martial arts in GMB per se. So when I came out with this video on the horse stance, the keyboard senseis, they had a heyday with it. And even though I explained in the video that we're not looking at this movement from a martial art point of view, there were still tons of people out there telling me that I was doing it wrong. And don't even get me started on the yoga teachers who tell me that I do the plank pose incorrectly. Anyway, here's the horse stance for strong, flexible legs, not martial arts.
This exercise is going to build incredibly strong legs and improve your mobility at the same time. Not to mention, work on your willpower. Here's everything you need to know to get started with the horse stance. Oh, and by the way, this is Eduardo, and he's going to be doing the horse stance throughout the duration of this video. First off, this exercise has different names depending on the position of your feet. For example, if you have your toes pointed forward, it's called kibadachi in karate, mabu in Chinese martial arts, and in sumo, it's called shikodachi, with the toes turned slightly outward. And there are even particular ways to get into the horse stance depending on the martial art. For example, starting with feet together, then taking heels out, then toes out, then heels. I've also heard people say that your knees should be under your elbows like this, or maybe close to this. And in sumo, it's basically just twice the width of your shoulders. Now, if you're a martial artist, follow what your teacher instructs. However, for our purposes, this is what I suggest. All right, start off by just taking a big step out to the side. How far? Yeah, whatever. What feels comfortable for you is going to be just great. Now you're going to take your toes and open up your feet, about a 45-degree angle. Now from here, place your hands on your knees and you're going to start to squat down. Now when you're squatting down, you might feel that your feet want to open up a bit more, for example, taking your heels out to the side a bit more, and that's fine. Do what feels comfortable for you. But I want you to focus on making sure that your knees are going outward. Don't let them cave in. And this is another reason why I have our hands here in the beginning. So you're starting to drop your butt towards the ground here. And you should get to a point, or you will eventually get to a point, where you can place your forearms on your knees, dropping so that your thighs are parallel to the ground.
Now, if you can't get into this position just yet, don't worry, it's totally cool. Just keep working on this, slowly working yourself so that you're going down here. Remember, don't let your knees cave in. You should actively be pushing your knees outward. Now, this is where things get fun. So you're going to pull your body forward so that your knees are starting to track over the toes. From this position, as you start to go forward, see about dropping your butt just a bit more and pulling your chest up so that you're trying to get this nice straight line with your back. This is the position that we're after, all right? Now, let's just sit here. Yeah, this is tough. Not gonna lie, working to be able to get into this position with the knees pushed out, hips pulled under so that you're in this straight line might take some time. Now, when working on the horse stance, you'll quickly realize that this exercise ain't no joke. There's a good reason that this has been a staple of martial art training since, well, forever, because it works to build strength and mobility. And you can continue to improve your range of motion in this position by opening up your feet even wider, taking the heels out, the toes, working on sitting in this position, not just building strength and willpower, but also working to gradually go deeper with this to the point where you're going to find that it's going to be pretty wide stance here. Now notice I'm using my hands for support when I'm doing this. Gradually working on the position, trying to sit into this, bringing my chest up as much as possible, turning the feet out maybe a bit more and sinking. Gradually working to the point where I can go lower and lower into the position. This is about as low as I can go. And the longer that you hold it, well, the stronger you're going to be getting both physically and mentally. And if you want a real challenge, then I suggest working up to being able to hold it for 5 minutes. And don't let the arm position confuse you. You can have your arms up, out to the side. Heck, you can even cross them or just keep them on your knees. Really, it's up to you. Find a position that allows you to be able to practice the position and hold it for longer durations of time. So what if you can't get your thighs parallel to the ground? That's fine. Just work where you're at and take the time to at least try to pull your hips under you and pull your chest up. So you notice my thighs aren't parallel, my butt isn't sinking down that far, but I'm just focused on trying to keep this nice posture, this straight line, pulling my hips under me while making sure that my hips don't collapse inward. I'm always pushing my knees outward. And what if your butt sticks out? If your butt's sticking out, then it probably means you're going too low into the horse stance. So what I would suggest is just to stand up a bit further away from the floor in order to be able to pull the hips underneath your shoulders and get in this nice straight line. Working from here, you can gradually work on sinking deeper, deeper, and deeper. And what if your back hurts? Now, if your back hurts when you're doing this, it probably means that you have too much arch in your back. So coming back to what I mentioned earlier, trying to sit up a bit higher so that you can pull the hips under. And you can even focus on squeezing your butt a little more. It's going to give an additional pelvic tilt there that's going to place your hips more directly underneath you. Yes, there is going to be a slight arch in your back. It's totally fine. But if you do feel any discomfort at all, then stand up away from the floor should alleviate that, and just continue working from here. Now, does this put stress on your knees? Yes, it can. And that depends on how deep you're going into this and as well how far forward you're pulling your knees over your toes. Now, if you do have knee issues, then like I've mentioned for pretty much everything so far, it all comes down to finding a position that's going to be good for you. If you do have trouble with the knees, this can actually be very helpful. And this is something that I used when I was having knee pain and actually couldn't do my full squats. I would just get into this position, a position that was comfortable for me, and just hang out here trying to get stronger wherever I was that day. Each day might change a little bit. You might find that you can go a little bit deeper. Might find the next time that you do it, you have to back off a bit. Just be smart with it and make sure you're doing something where you're not in pain. What if I can't hold it? Now remember, you don't need to be in the full horse stance in order to work on getting stronger. Back off a bit, that's kind of the theme here today, and just work on extending the time that you're holding it. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever. The cool thing is you can do this anytime, which leads us to the next one. How do I progress with this? There's so many different ways that you can train the horse stance. While you're brushing your teeth, drinking your morning coffee, watching TV. Heck, just when you're walking, take a little break, pop into a horse stance, hold it for a couple seconds and you're good to go. But what I do suggest is working first 5 seconds. Then you can gradually extend that duration of time to 10, 30, working up to a minute. And like I said earlier, you could even do a challenge where you work on that position for 5 minutes. Doesn't mean that you need to be in the full horse stance. Just find a level that's good for you and work on extending the duration of time that you're sitting in that position. But Ryan, you're doing it wrong. My martial arts instructor said I need to keep my toes pointed forward. All right, so if your martial arts instructor wants you to focus on kibadachi or whatever you call it in your martial art where your toes are pointed forward, then listen to your martial arts instructor. What I'm after really is just getting your legs really strong, improving your mobility, flexibility, as well as your willpower. So turning the toes out slightly, just like they do in sumo, which is my preferred way of doing this, is going to allow you to safely work towards a position that might be a little bit easier on your knees. And that's why we're doing it with the toes turned out. Again, do what you feel like doing, getting in a position that's going to be comfortable for you. So how much weight should you add to this in order to build massive quads? No, I actually don't suggest adding weight to this, but there are some options that you can do in order to, make it more fun if that's what you're after. But in the beginning, I would really suggest just working on getting lower to the ground, work on your flexibility, your mobility, willpower, holding it for longer durations of time. Again, if you need a challenge, then work up to 5 minutes. How long will it take me to get splits if I use this? Of course, that depends on the person, your current flexibility, and a whole lot of other stuff. What I suggest is just keep working on it. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Point of it is just putting in the work. And there you have it, my version of the horse stance. Doesn't really matter what you call it. Most important thing is to find a position that's comfortable for you and get to work.
All right, you made it to the push section of the video. Push is where the majority of people live in their workouts. It's typically where people feel that they need to crush themselves and hit their workouts as hard as they possibly can all the time. And okay, yeah, well, I do feel that we should be pushing ourselves. The way that we do it here in GMB is a little different. So rather than counting reps, I would rather have you focus on doing things for a duration of time. That way you aren't worried about the total amount of reps, but instead you're focusing on making each rep as pretty as possible and bringing awareness to what's going on in your body. So the big question is, how do you then make the movements more challenging? Well, it's a good thing you asked, because that's the topic of the next video, and it's 40 minutes long. Let's get into it.
Elements is too easy. Now you might look at the bear, monkey, frogger, and crab and think, hey, that's way too easy for me. I'd never benefit from doing such simple movements. I've been doing movements like these ever since I was a little kid. And you might be thinking that these kinds of movements would be way too easy for someone like me too. Well, they are. But I'm here to tell you and show you that when done correctly, you can make any movement as challenging as you want and give yourself a damn good workout. And today I'm going to work through a full 30-minute session from right about the midpoint of our Elements program. It's not the easiest session and it's not the hardest one either. And I'm going to talk you through how to make each of these movements very challenging. Feel free to do this workout along with me today. Let's get to it. First off, we'll go to our online platform called Praxis and we're going to open up a session of Elements. This session is called Bent Arm Bear and Monkey Stall. Now, it takes me to the intro video here where I'm giving some words of advice about the Bent Arm Bear. I'm going to skip this and go forward to the screen where I can select the duration of my session today. Going here, you can see that we have different times. I select 30 minutes, hit continue, and it's time to prepare. Now, we always have a prepare section that includes the full tutorials of each movement, like you can see right here. Today we're going to start off with standing hip circles, and I'm going to skip the tutorial and hit start. So a prep isn't just a general warm-up. By the way, it's specifically targeting the joints that we're going to be using the most in our session today. So that's why we want to go slow and gradually deeper into these prep moves. So I want you to take notice how I'm really focused on not twisting my hips. I'm trying to keep my hips facing forward and I'm going slow with the movement, feeling things out. Now,
You will notice that I'm pausing at certain places during this circle to go just a little deeper into that area. And by going slow, it allows me to see where I might have some hitches and some sticky points in my hips today. I'm gonna work on going in and out of those areas a bit more to make sure I'm good and ready for what's coming up. Clock a step for a minute, do 30 seconds each side. And even though we do have the demo right here in praxis, the purpose isn't to follow along with the video. It's really just to focus on what's going on in your own movement. So in the beginning, yeah, you'll probably need to use the demo as a reference, but over time, you're actually going to have, a better awareness of the movement, and the timer's just going to be there to let you know when it's time to switch. So coming up next, then we're going to look at wrist prep. Now, you pretty much do these every single session because we spend so much time on our hands here in Elements. If you're just starting off, you want to have your fingers close to your knees, but what you'll notice is when I'm doing this, I'm actually going to bring my hands pretty far away from my legs. I've obviously been doing this for many, many years. My range of motion in my wrist, it's at a point where I can do this and also use this actually as a prep for my elbows and even my shoulders. So what I'm going to do as I'm going deeper and deeper into this movement is also focus on sitting my heels back into the seiza position, and you'll see that my toes are up here. What this is also doing is allowing me to prepare my legs and my ankles for just a little bit, which is great. You'll see that I'm performing 5 pulses to the end range before holding the stretch a little bit, and I can modify the angle of my hand slightly in order to bring the focus elsewhere in my wrists. This is how you can modify it slightly in order to give you what you need each and every day. It all comes down to having a deep understanding of the movement, and this can only happen with diligent practice of the movement. So be sure to practice these movements. Go slow and don't rush your movements. Next up, we have quadruped wagtail. So what this is going to do, it's going to work to activate the core and help us for things like the monkey. It's going to be in today's session, and you'll see a lot of that. So here's the demo, and we're using obviously other people here for that demo, which is important. It's not just about me, okay? Sometimes it is, but there are a couple of things to take note of. So the first thing is you'll see that I want to keep my shoulders over my hands, and I bring my knees pretty close together. Now, I like to modify this actually, and you'll see here that I'm really pushing down and away from the ground, rounding my back. So makes it a little more challenging when I'm doing this, and that's what I'm after today with this session, is really challenging myself. I suggest in the beginning though, start off with that flat back, but then you can just really notch things up or take things up a notch or two by doing it that way with the back rounded. We're jumping right into the quadrupedal spinal circles. This I absolutely love, and honestly do these pretty much every single day because it just feels so good. What I'm doing here is, as you'll notice when I'm going through this, I kind of pause at certain places, similar to what I was doing with those hip circles, because I'm trying to feel like where I need a little bit more love in, my T-spine when I'm doing this. And I just can't stress, enough the importance of really slowing things down and bringing awareness to what you're doing. If you quickly go through the moves, you can actually miss out on important points here because you're not hitting that end range like you could be doing. So, all right, we're gonna finish up the prep here. And we're going to finish up, pardon me, actually, no, we're not. I was skipping ahead. Pardon me for doing that. This is actually 30 seconds on each side that you're going to see me doing. Another way that I sometimes do this is I would do one circle and then go to the opposite direction. But the way we have things set up in praxis is for certain movements, you'll find that you'll do 30 seconds on one side and then you go 30 seconds on the other side. So you have the opportunity to really go deeper into each of those positions, okay? So now we're gonna go into the final prep with the frog stretch. Yeah, I know it looks a little weird, but this is one of those moves that's just so beneficial. It is really gonna help to open up your hips, and I actually modify it a little bit here to go even deeper into this. And the way that I like to do it, and you're seeing me right now with my arms bent, I'm on my elbows. This is what I suggest starting off with, but what I'm going to actually do here is start to extend my arms to the front, and I'm pushing into the floor as I push myself back. Now the thing here is I'm not trying to take my butt back towards my heels. Instead, what I'm trying to do is further open up my knees and drop my hips closer to the floor. This really makes this movement quite challenging. It's not something you want to jump into, but you can also see that I'm bringing my chest towards the floor as well. Actually going in and out of that movement, kind of feeling how things are going. Again, it all comes down to awareness. What's going on that day? What do you need? Really, that's the most important thing. So if you do something the day before and, in a certain manner, don't think that you should be doing it the exact same way today, because every single day is different. Listen to your body. All right, prep is done. It's now time to practice, and practice asks you how you feel. And if you're not feeling it, then you go to a light intensity session. But today I'm feeling good, so we're gonna hit the feeling good, ready to rock button. And so when I hit the continue there, what that's going to do is take me into my practice session. And so, what we're going to do today is we're going to be looking at the bent arm bear. And like all the moves we have here in practice, we have a tutorial that's going to take you through and show you exactly how to do the movement. Since I've done this a time or two, just going to get right into it here. So I'm ready to challenge myself today, and what I'm going to do is focus on front loading my bent arm bear. Well, what this means is just bringing my shoulders towards my hands. But the very first time that I'm working on this bent arm bear, I'm not going into the most difficult version that I can do. I'm slowly kind of using this almost as a warm-up in the beginning to do this. Now, I'm going to be doing this for 5 minutes, but that doesn't mean that I do it continuously. I take a break, I shake things out, my arms, my neck. And then when I'm feeling good, I go back and I try that movement again to do it as perfectly as possible. And what this means in terms of doing it perfectly, to me, is keeping those elbows in, making sure that I'm not holding my breath. One thing, I know it's very difficult to see here, but I am breathing through my nose with my mouth shut. That's very important for me. Nasal breathing, that lets me know that I've got a good handle on that particular level of the movement. I'm not pushing myself to the point where I'm just exhausting myself. Now here you also notice that I'm starting to go even further in terms of taking my shoulders past my hands. I'm pausing slightly. This bent arm bear version, not gonna lie, it is tough. This is a tough thing here. I'm doing a couple repetitions and then stopping, giving myself a break, making sure that I'm good for that next attempt of the movement. Now, you'll see here, each attempt is actually going to be a little bit different. And so this is where awareness comes into play. And it's just so important because you can modify the movement, make it harder or even easier depending on how you're feeling on that next attempt. For this one, I'm actually making it pretty tough on myself and really keeping that position instead of going closer to the floor and then away from the floor, almost like you're doing a handstand push-up. In this case, I'm trying to really keep myself in that position as I'm going, and it was pretty tough. Now, looking at this view, you're going to be able to see this better and see where my shoulders are in relation to my fingers, and I'm walking my feet forward in order to really go into that position. You notice my head is closer to the floor, doing a little bit of a handstand push-up to kind of go back into that in range. And the reason for this is because I knew that the previous attempt that I did was quite difficult. So it's kind of almost as if I'm giving myself a break, if you will, by going down to a little easier version, doing that, and then shaking things out. And it's going to allow me to then go deeper into this next attempt. With still like 2 minutes left on the clock. And if you imagine like how many, versions of this inverted press I've done, is quite a lot. And so remember, this isn't a matter of trying to just get in tons of reps. I'm actually practicing the movement.
This is the most important thing here, is getting good at the movement. It's not about, you know, oh, I'm going to push myself as hard as I possibly can. Nope. What I'm trying to do is make this movement as beautiful as possible for each and every attempt. And this is why I am taking breaks here. You know, shaking my arms out, shaking my neck to release some tension there. And then I try and perform another attempt just as well as I possibly can, keeping my butt pushing up into the air, and again, not holding my breath. The breath is something that I really spend a lot of time bringing awareness to, because I know that if I start to hold my breath, or maybe I open my mouth and start breathing that way, then I might actually be pushing myself too hard. And that's not the purpose of practice. Again, if that gets to the point where you are there with your breath in terms of not owning that movement, you'll want to back off a little bit. Just because you actually back off on the movement and don't do as high a level as the previous version doesn't mean you're not getting better. What helps you to get better are the concepts and the cues involved with each movement. Keeping the elbows in, driving the butt up into the air. These are all applicable across the board when it comes to the bent arm bear. So by focusing on keeping the elbows in, pushing away from the ground, you know, having full contact with the hands on the ground, it's going to be, again, applicable to every single variation of the bent arm bear, and therefore with practice you're going to get better and stronger with that. 5 minutes is done. That's a long time. Next up we have the monkey stall. Now, typically, you know, I might skip the tutorial, but this is one case where I let that tutorial automatically play. And I look at that as an opportunity for me to take a break. So as you're watching here, I'm sitting down, shaking things out, bringing my breath back, you know, under control. I'm not breathing hard at all, you can tell here, but just using this opportunity to get ready for the next 5 minutes, of which I'm going to be performing the monkey stall. Today, I really want to challenge myself here, and so I know that I want to go into this as fresh as possible. That's the thing. Every single attempt, make it as fresh as possible. We've got that demo there. Chris is doing that demo. I want to say something real quick, and I'll mention this later, I'm sure, but don't think that your movement needs to be exactly the same as the person who's demoing that movement. The people, Chris and Rose, myself as well, we've been doing this for a very long time. All I would like for you to do when you're working through anything in GMB is to look at that tutorial as a reference point, but then bring awareness to what you're doing and try and make that movement as beautiful as possible at a level that's good for you. Time to get into my monkey stall. So, you know, when I'm working on a movement at a higher level, I don't just jump into that movement. I actually use the first couple attempts as a warm-up. I mentioned this earlier with the bent arm bear. You're gonna see here that my butt is actually quite high, but I'm still working on a stall. So I'm trying to do the movement as slow, not as slow as possible, but slowing it down. And so this is actually an easier variation of the monkey stall for me that I use as my prep. I'm doing a couple repetitions each way, and later you're going to see that as things get more difficult for me and as I start to get tired, I actually revert to only doing 1 repetition per side. Here, making sure that I give myself a break. I'm opening up my shoulders, especially after that bent arm bear, you know, using some stretching, some mobility during my break that's going to help me to go back and be able to do my practice, in this case the monkey stall. You'll notice here holding longer, so that stall, the pause portion, quite a bit longer than that previous attempt. And that's my goal, is slowly pausing for longer periods of time when I'm performing these movements. Rolling out my wrists, okay? Spending so much time on the wrist when we're doing this. Now, one thing I want you to take note is the setup. Each and every time that I go into a movement, you'll notice that I'm focusing on the setup.
My arms are locked out. I'm pushing down into the floor, bracing the core. I exhale as I start to move. I don't want to hold my breath. Now, these are things that I practice hundreds, if not thousands of times. And I can continue to try and get better at the setup with each and every repetition I do. It's a never-ending process is what I'm saying, and to me that's actually super cool. And it's never something that, you know, I get bored with. And the reason why is because how you do anything is how you do everything. And this process of slowing down and getting the setup right each and every time carries over to how I want to do everything else in my life. And so I can feel also whether or not a move is going to happen. So for example, here in my setup, as I put my hands down, push into the floor and start to pull, I can tell whether or not I'm going to be able to hold that pause longer or shorter because I've done this so much. I have the awareness. I know, am I good to push myself a little further? Or maybe I need to back off just slightly. And because again, the setup I've just done so many times, it's almost like a micro assessment each and every time that I'm setting up for this movement. Yeah, you notice right now, I'm starting to get tired as well. And we're coming down, you know, like 2 minutes left in this. And all I'm really focused on right now is just pushing down into the ground and pulling my hips across. The other thing is I use imagery. So before I'm going to be doing a repetition, like I imagine what that should look like in my mind. I'm not just thinking about, you know, choking somebody out in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I think about that a lot, but I'm not thinking about it right now, you know. Right now I'm really focused on what's right in front of me. Getting that set up, pushing down and through, trying to hold it, pulling those legs across, sitting in the squat deeply, deeply, deeply. Using that also as an opportunity to further improve my mobility. There's so many different things happening here. Of course, in the beginning, it's not going to be that way. You're just going to be focused on just trying the movement, right? Working on that movement, practicing it, trying to get better with it. But with that practice, with that awareness, comes variations of that. And so it's not just, you know, going from, you know, A, B, C, D. You'll see that there's so many different variants of A, so many different variants of B. And so therefore, whenever you look at a movement now, you realize that they're not progressions so much as they're variations, because you can modify these depending on what you need in the moment. So here we go, the setup once again. What am I doing with my arms? Locking things out, pulling those feet across. Right there you can see us starting to get a little tired, but I'm still really focused on making these attempts clean. I did one. Instead of doing two, brought it down. I do what is manageable and what I can do well. And so I knew that if I were trying to do 2 repetitions now, it's not going to happen. So I just do 1 repetition, making sure that I finish in that nice squat. Then I can give myself a little break, shake things out, and hey, we are done there. All right, so now that practice is finished, it's time for some play. Now, I'm going to take a quick rest to check in on my breathing here, you notice, and I want to bring my breathing back to normal. I'm feeling good right now, so hey, good. Moving on to the next thing, and it's going to be twisting bear to monkey combo. Play, I will say that this is an opportunity to really explore, and this is where you're taking movements that you're already comfortable with and putting them together. And you know, we've included these types of, you know, 2-move combos through the program once you get good at the individual moves, and they're great for further refining each move. Now, I want to show you here Rose's demo. We're going to watch this. This is actually a tutorial. She moves so well. It's just so fluid and strong. It's just absolutely fabulous. But I want to say again, yes, you know, you want to look at that and say, wow, I want to move like that. But don't think you should be Rose. Be you. So I just want you to use this demo as an opportunity to say, okay, that's what we're working towards. Then you bring the awareness back to yourself and how you're performing the movements. So right now, you know, going through this, and I want you to look right away how I just slow it way down. The first point here is I'm looking at mobility. After all of that practice, 10 minutes of practice there, I really want to kind of see, okay, where am I at now with these movements?
As I mentioned before, play is a matter of taking movements you're already super comfortable with and then combining these. And the goal here really is to make them fluid, and the focus is on the transition. And so I'm not trying to do a difficult version of the movement. Here you can see I'm actually stretching things out, dropping my hips slowly to the floor, letting my hips come down as much as possible, hanging out in this movement a little bit before I bring this leg through, sitting into the squat position, and then going into the monkey. I'm not rushed at all. As a matter of fact, slowing down as much as possible. But the cool thing here is because I know these movements so well, I can start to play around with tempo. And you'll see as I start going through here, I'm gonna start ramping things up just in terms of the speed. Now the quality of movement is still very, very high level. So at any point, if I feel that my level, or the quality I should say, of my movement starts to wane, then I can actually modify this by taking the intensity down, or actually changing it so that I move down a level of the movement to an easier version of it. Now here, all I'm trying to do is string these movements together. I'm feeling where my body wants to go. Noticing that, you know, okay, my body kind of wants to go in this direction, and I let it go in that direction. I might actually, even though, perform the twisting bear twice before I go into the monkey. Or what I might do is actually perform 2 monkeys, okay? So even though the combo is twisting bear to monkey, you do have the opportunity to kind of switch it up depending on your space requirements. So this is another thing too. I'm lucky to have this space here, but you might not have that. Also here, you notice that I'm throwing in a couple variants of that twisting bear where I lift my leg up into the air, and that's actually going to make it more challenging. And so I'm working in that tempo, going faster into the twisting bear, bringing that leg up, holding the leg up in the air before I transition into the squat. You know, again, this is something that over the years, I've done this so much. And so play to me is exploration, and it should be for you too, because these are movements that you should know. You've worked through elements up until this point. Again, this is about halfway through the program. So these are movements that you're already going to be comfortable with, having practiced them so much. And now it's an opportunity for you to see what's possible. Little things like, what if I held my foot up in the air a little bit longer? What if, let's see, you know, I brought my butt up a little bit higher when I did the monkey. So it's not that you're trying to do everything under the sun. You're still sticking with that combo. You're still working on these movements, doing them as beautifully as possible, but by, for example, working on the tempos that I said earlier, slowing things down, maybe speeding them up a little bit, you're able to start learning more. And this is what's so cool about plays, because to be honest, this is where I find I have some breakthroughs in my movement. And that's because I'm not just focused on practicing a specific point. I let my body kind of go with it. And dare I say, you end up starting to go with the flow. And that's really what happens, is putting these combinations of movements together, these 2 move combos. Get really good at stringing them together. They become fluid. The transition becomes natural. Then what you can do is start, and we do this here in Elements, is to start to add in an additional movement where you start working towards a full combination of movements, and it becomes a flow. The thing is, the only way to flow and be able to do that is with practice of the individual movements, and practice and play of combination of movements, being able to do that in a way that's going to be good for you. So that's why breathing, you know, so important. All right, so that's it. So that's our play, and you know, we have these screens here in practice. It's actually a good way to give you like a little break before moving on to the push section. And so you'll see here that, you know, a little bit talking about play, It's a serious business because it teaches you resilience and adaptability. Yep, great, okay, cool. So that's very important, but a lot of people just think play, I'm just gonna do the movement. You're actually, as it says, building that resilience and, as I mentioned, that adaptability. So moving on here, we have push. And with push, what we're going to do is bring the complexity of the movement down in order to ramp up the intensity of things. This allows you to keep good form while you go through, in this case, a few rounds of the standard bear and monkey. And of course, right here, what you're seeing, what you just saw was that tutorial for the bear if you needed that again. Now, we're going into this push section right now. And the first thing off is bear. Now you're like, wait, this is an easy movement. Yes, because again, we want to keep the level complexity of the movement so that you can literally push yourself harder as you're performing this for 1 minute. I'm playing with tempos here. I'm going fast, I'm going slow, really bringing the focus. I'm pushing down and away from the floor. In this way, working on my scapular mobility as well as strength, pushing my butt up into the air. And doing this is also, of course, going to help with your flexibility. So it's not just a matter of strength, right? As you get better at these movements and you continue to push yourself, you're working on your strength, your flexibility, mobility, as well as your motor control. And so, just like I'm doing now, changing up the tempo. If I feel I can push myself harder, then push yourself harder, but always do it with good, high quality form. Now, next up, I'm taking a little break here, giving myself a breath and letting the monkey circuit, the tutorial go. But honestly, if you don't need it, then I suggest just going right into the next movement. And so that's why I hit the button there. And I'm jumping right into the monkey. And so this is the standard version of the monkey. And I'm going pretty quickly here, but if you notice, I am always focused on the setup. Again, I can't stress that enough. Make sure you're getting into the movement correctly. Here, I'm slowing it down. So another example of tempos, and you might think, oh wow, if you go slow, it's going to be easier, right? Nope. It's actually going to be a little harder because you're pausing slightly before you go into that other movement. That means that you bring a further load to the structure because you're pausing, okay? And so this is another way how you can actually increase the intensity by slowing things down. Here, all I'm doing though, going back and forth, really focus on getting into the squat. And you notice that I'm standing up out of the squat there because I'm making it more difficult on myself. That's it. Again, this is how you can actually really challenge yourself, is find what's going to force you to work hard. Now, I'm taking a break here. I think it's done. Okay, so I tried to go over and click the button, but realized, oh my goodness, I've still got a couple more sessions, or a couple more rounds of this circuit. I forgot that it's 2 rounds here. So starting off with that bear again, this is going to go for a minute. Same protocol is I'm looking at tempo. I'm going fast. I'm going to slow it down here in a little bit, focusing on that one arm. What I'm trying to do is, like I said, push myself and make this as challenging as possible. Now, you might be thinking, hey, Ryan, what's going on with your breathing here? I am still trying to just breathe through my nose. That's going to make it more difficult. It's going to improve my capacity for, better breathing, improve my endurance as well. So it's not just a matter of getting your pump on or something like this. What we're doing is trying to help us to be able to move better, increasing that endurance strength, looking at as well, getting to a point where this movement will eventually become actually so easy for us because we push ourselves so hard on it that it will allow us to start looking at other higher levels of this particular movement and approaching them safely, and allow us to be able to work on those. Same thing, now we're into the monkey. And just the tempos. It's making sure I have that set up. I go into the squat each and every time. And so doing that movement as beautifully as possible, but with intensity. And mentioned this numerous times, I bring the actual complexity of the movement way down so I can just continue to do that movement and push myself. Again, I added in these little pause squats in here where I stand back up out of it because I was like, what? I think I can push myself even harder. And that's what I want to do. I want to save this for, you know, the end and just, well, let me rephrase that, not save it. I just want to just put everything out there. You know, this is the push area, is the time for you to just lay it all out on the table. You don't want to stop. Very different than practice and even play, where you're going to give yourself a break. You're not going to give yourself a break during push. You want to continue to perform that movement. We're now going to look at finishing things up with a couple stretches. And the first one is a kneeling back flexion to prone lying back extension. Say that fast 3 times. Notice that I am sweating like Mike Tyson trying to read. That's how much I'm sweating right now, and because I really push myself. So this is the demo that's running in the background, and I'm using this as an opportunity, or pardon me, not the demo, it's the tutorial. I'm letting it run in order to give myself an opportunity to bring my breathing under control. It's hard to see here, but I'm focused on deep diaphragmatic breaths, focusing on belly breathing. Yeah, through my nose, and that's it. The purpose for me is really just how quickly can I bring my heart rate, pardon me, down in order to go into the next movement. Final breath here, opening things up, getting ready to get into this kneeling back flexion to prone lying back extension. Fabulous movement here. This really is in our push section because these stretches shouldn't be easy. I mean, you should be pushing yourself, but it doesn't mean that you're forcing yourself into a position. I want to be clear about this, that I'm going into a position, a range of motion that I know I can handle. I'm really slowing things down, pushing down through the floor, making sure that I get into the position in a way that's not going to injure me. Very important, right? You can still challenge yourself though by doing this, by going into that end range, hanging out there a little bit, and pushing yourself a little deeper. Not forcing yourself. That's big, okay? Big difference there. But still looking at this in terms of pushing yourself mentally and physically a little bit in order to go a little bit deeper into the end range. Going to be doing this for a minute, coming up to the end here. And yeah, next up we'll be looking at the seated clasped hands extension. Now for this one, I'm gonna go grab something to sit on, and I'm actually going to use a towel. So what I thought I would do today is show a little modification of this that I like to do. It helps me to go a little bit deeper, and I'm gonna be honest, this is one of those moves for me personally that I have trouble with. And I do need to work more on it. You know, again, I'm sweating like crazy here, so the towel also helps with that. But using the tutorial as that's running in the background as an opportunity, again, to further take a break, because I want to be good and ready for this particular movement that I'm doing. You're going to notice that my hands pretty far apart in the beginning, slowly going into the stretch. The in range before I actually stop and hold that in range as a stretch. I'm pulsing into this. So I go into a little bit and then kind of like just see what's going on with my shoulders. You know, am I good to go a little deeper? And I realize, yes, I am. So I bring my hands closer together. And that's why I like the towel, because it allows me to kind of adjust the distance between my hands and ease off a little bit or bring them closer. And you're going to see as I do this, I do have that range of motion so I can get my chest to my thighs. You don't really have to do that. But as I go, I slowly bring my hands closer and closer together, pulsing into this end range, and then I will hold it. So, you know, a few different ways that you can do this. Again, all, you know, tutorial, everything you need is all in here in Praxis. So, yeah. Let's take a look at the if you don't have elements, get it. All right, so next up, I'm gonna be looking at the 3-point bridge. Now, I've done this so many different times, and I'm good to go. I don't really need a break, so I'm just gonna kind of jump ahead here and get going with the move. So, we're gonna do 30 seconds on each side. What I want you to notice as I'm doing this is that I'm not going into the full position. So, I'm actually keeping my arm low here, kind of feeling things out. The focus is on my shoulder. I spent a lot of time doing shoulder related stuff. And I really want to open things up when I'm doing this. And so I'm slowly going into that end range, gradually taking my hips so that they're facing up to the ceiling. And then I can start looking back and extending that arm, really, really opening up for the 3-point bridge. I'm going to do the same thing on the opposite side. I always like to have my fingers facing behind me. Helps to further open up the shoulder. And so when I'm doing this, you'll also notice that the feet are important because I'm really driving into the floor. And this is going to help to bring lift, and not just in my hips, but also in the spine. And so really extending. This is probably going to be my last one here. I'm just going to take my arm up and over as much as possible and then turn in order to look up at the ceiling. All right, kneeling lunge. Last one here. This is our final stretch that we're going to be doing. So for this one, it's a little bit different if you're not used to the kneeling lunge. And I want you to take note here of what's going on in my hips as well as the knee. I'm not actually leaning as far forward as I possibly could. The focus is instead on squeezing the glute. And squeezing that glute, bringing the chest up in order to feel the stretch, through the core all the way down, passing through the hip into the thigh, to be honest. And one thing I do like to do is adjust the back foot depending on where I feel that I need a bit more love in the hips. Yes, you can have your foot directly behind you when doing that. That's great. But you'll notice on this next side here, I start off with my foot straight behind me. And if I can remember here, I actually turn my foot slightly in order to really target a different area of the hip. Yeah, there I go. And so I actually pull that foot inward. And so what that does is it just changes where you're going to feel it. Where do I feel that I need a better stretch? Where do I need to open things up today? And you know what? That's it. That is the session, but we're not done yet. And this is the thing. You got to see how much sweat I did here today. Yeah, anyway, we're not done because we're going to rate the workout today. And so this is a thing that we have in practice. I just love it, where you go through and it's just going to ask you to take a look at the movements that you did and what was your favorite exercise today. And all the movements are in there. And then you choose one of the movements, okay? That's bend arm bear, right? Now we're going to take a look at what was the most challenging exercise. So in that case, monkey stall. Now this is where the magic is, okay? So we're looking at your workout. Was it relaxed, okay? Was it solid? Was it challenging? Was it maximum effort, okay? Now this really helps you because then you can go back and look at all your other sessions and see how they went. This is also where, how did you move? Was it snappy, smooth, rough, broke? This scale is quite different than other places, something that we use in GMB that's helped all of our clients to move and feel better. Then you have a copy here of what you did during the session. You can actually post this to the Alpha Posse, which is your training log, so you can keep a record of your session. That's it. That is the session. This is how it goes each and every time. Once you hit the done button there, it's actually going to take you to an overview of the session. The bend arm bear and monkey stall. Let you know when you did it, what was your, the ease was solid, quality smooth. Let you know how many exercises you had, the duration of that. Ponder now is where you can, take a look at how that went. You can also go back and look at all the sessions that you've done, when you did it, and you can, then of course go back to the home screen where all of your programs live. If you think you're too strong for elements, you actually might be right. But you may also just be fooling yourself into avoiding the basics because deep down, you know that you have weaknesses there that will be difficult to fix. Try this workout and really push yourself to make it a challenge. And if you find that you've legitimately got it covered, well, hey, good on you. Be sure to check out our other programs so that you can challenge yourself in a different way.
At the time of this video, I'm 52 years old. But I should actually say 52 years young. And that's because thanks to the way that I train, eat,
live my life. I feel great. I move well, and dare to say I look pretty good with my shirt off at the beach. Now, obviously, shirtless videos aren't the thing that we do here in GMB, but moving well and enjoying the process is. So when my 50th birthday came around, well, we had to do a spoof for the release of our program, Literal Immortality. I gotta say, it was one of the most fun I've had doing a promo for GMB, up there with Floor Loco. Before we get into the 5 exercises for longevity, I've included some extra clips from the Literal Immortality shoot. And by the way, I did all the editing on this promo, and I learned a lot about video editing as well as makeup. I'm back! Oh, so you got any good investment tips for me from the future? Hell, kid, that's easy. GMB Fitness. We rolling?
Yeah.
We rolling? Sonny. Shut up, you old fart. I could still whip your ass. Alright. Oh. Where'd I leave my glasses? Oh, shit. So listen, dude, the real question is like, does COVID ever end? Get off my lawn! Damn kids. Oh my God, did you just shart yourself? Ugh, maybe. Hey, Ryan here. My 50th birthday is coming up really soon. So we decided to put together a new program that combines some of the best practices we found for protecting our joints and staying healthy without having to spend a ton of time on it. Today I want to show you 5 of the moves that we chose and why they're so useful. Release push-ups with extension, crab toe taps, speed skaters, pick it up, put it down, and the twisting get up. All right, let's get into it. Let's start off with being strong and take a look at a variation here of the push-up that adds components of mobility and full body control into the mix. Now, we all know that the push-up is a classic upper body exercise. It has numerous variations that can be done anywhere at any level. Now, this particular variation here of the push-up is going to test your shoulder mobility, your core strength, as well as your upper body endurance. Now, these are all things that we want to preserve as we get older, right? Now, no wonder this variation of the push-up has been added to the Army Combat Fitness Test. Pretty cool, yeah? So this variation can even be performed on your knees if you're still having trouble with the full push-up. And if you find that you don't quite have the range of motion to get your hands up off of the floor, you can modify this by first sliding your fingers out to the side and then picking your hands up off of the floor. What I suggest is to hold that extended position for a count of 3 seconds. Remember to squeeze your lower body the entire time you're performing this, and work up to being able to perform the release push-up with extension for a minute straight. So next up we have the crab toe tap. Now this movement is really going to challenge your balance and coordination, plus it's a fun movement to do. Now we know that balance and coordination here are an integral part of moving well, and studies have actually shown that coordination training improves memory and spatial cognition in healthy adults. So thing is, when you're working on this movement, you might find that the cross-body strength needed to support yourself while only on one hand and one foot can be quite challenging at first. But after getting better with this movement, you'll see a direct carryover with your confidence in strength, flexibility, as well as control with other movement patterns. So I suggest starting off with your legs bent if you have some issues with hamstring flexibility, and then over time and with practice you start to straighten your legs. This is really going to help in not only improving your balance, your coordination, but also that flexibility in terms of being able to straighten your leg. You can also start to increase the speed of the toe taps. This is going to be working on a different component of it. Further improve your coordination as well as balance. Now, set a timer for 30 seconds in the beginning and work your way up to eventually being able to perform this movement for 1 minute. When was the last time you jumped side to side and struck a pose? So this movement can feel and look a little strange, but the lateral loading and isometric speed of the speed skaters is going to improve your leg strength, your sense of balance, coordination, and your cardiovascular system. Now, the ability to tolerate lateral loading and speed changes is something that decreases rapidly as we age, simply because, well, unless you're an athlete, it isn't necessarily something that we practice, which is unfortunate. So I really suggest adding this movement into your workouts. Start off without jumping side to side, and instead just focus on getting the general movement pattern down by placing your toes on the ground to the side in the beginning. And once you have that down and know what's going on with your body, then you can start adding in that jump, going side to side, gradually letting the back foot float and trying to stay low to the ground as you increase the width and the distance in terms of jumping side to side. Make sure that when you land, you are landing solidly without any movement side to side, trying to really nail that landing as you go side to side. Also, bonus for doing these barefoot, since it will further improve, strengthen your feet and your ankles, work up to being able to do this for a minute. Now we call the next move the pick it up, put it down move. Pretty original, right? Now, I think we all know that life's so much better when we have the mobility to be able to bend down, pick things up, and not have to worry about throwing our backs out. Now, in terms of healthy longevity, the major benefits of being able to move in and out of various positions while squatting down towards the floor are decreasing the risk and the severity of falls. This is super important. And now the cool thing is that it's fairly easy to practice this movement. There's any number of different positions that you can explore. Just grab something, put it down on the floor, stand back up, then squat down, turn around, pick that thing up. Be sure to do it on both sides. Now, the thing is you're probably going to find that one side is a little tighter than the other, and that's perfectly normal, so don't worry too much about it. The main thing is just exploring this movement, playing around with it. So just continue to find different ways of squatting down, twisting, picking that object up and off the floor, for a minute at a time. We're now going to take a look at the twisting get up here. So strong hips and legs are going to help you move around better. I know it's a very obvious thing when you think about it, but once you drop below a certain threshold of lower body strength, suddenly very basic activities become much more difficult. And it seems easy enough for us right now, right? But how easy is this going to be for you in about 40 years? Now, being able to sit down and return to standing also has been shown correlate to longevity. So let's continue to make sure that we can do this. I don't want you to worry right now if you can't get your heels to the ground when squatting, and I want you to feel free to use your hands on the floor for support. Now rotate on the balls of your feet, since that's just going to make it easier for you to twist and rotate in and out of the sitting position. Go slow, take it easy, and just focus on that twist and how smoothly you can get in and out of this position. And again, use your hands for support if need be. Just explore what you can do. One way to train all of these movements is to put them together into a little circuit. And so what you can do is perform each movement for a minute, doing 2 to 3 rounds. Make sure to do both sides of the move during that minute and really focus on movement quality rather than just trying to crank out tons of repetitions. Leave me a comment below letting me know which of these moves you like the best. You can find more information about our new program over at literalimmortality.com.
Earlier I mentioned that one of our first programs was Rings 1, and at that time I was just getting back into ring training again, and I wanted to create a program for people who wanted to get strong and enjoy their workout while not having to step into the gym. It was a beast of a program. I'm still really proud of how it changed everything for Andy, Jarlo, and I, and being able to create GMB and actually make a living at doing it. Now, I shot rings one at a playground with a camcorder, videotape. That's how long we've been around. But during that time, there's one thing that I've always been adamant about, and that is no muscle up or pull up kipping. And I would always say skip the kip all the time. And we even had a t-shirt made up. And it wasn't until I taught a seminar in Amsterdam that I learned that kip means chicken in Danish. Now I'm totally for eating chicken, but please don't do those stupid kipping muscle ups. Just skip the kip. And this is how to do a strict muscle up on the gymnastic rings. Hi, I'm Ryan from GMB Fitness. Today, I'd like to help you get the muscle up. There are different ways to get the muscle up. However, after many years of helping people get the muscle up, today I'd like to share with you what I feel is the most efficient way to get your very first muscle up, as well as to continue to improve your muscle up technique. First off, let's take a look at a couple things that I feel would be good to have down before you begin work on the actual muscle up. Now, by the way, I do realize that some of you might have restrictions in how you're able to hang your rings. Therefore, in this tutorial, I show you options outside and indoors on how you can train using my single favorite movement to get the muscle up. While not 100% necessary, it would be good to have a nice high chin up like I'm showing here. This will make the muscle up transition much easier since you'll already have the strength component down, as well as getting you into a great position for the transition. And if you don't have a nice high chin up just yet, don't worry. The movement that I'll be showing you in this tutorial is going to help you in getting you stronger in that pulling component. And next we need to take a look at the false grip. Now the false grip is what is going to allow you to smoothly transition from below the rings to above the rings. Unfortunately, the false grip doesn't feel that great on the wrists, but you're going to have to get used to it if you want to get the muscle up. I found the easiest way to get the false grip is to start by grabbing the top of the rings and then simply pull the rings downward, making sure not to relax your grip. This will force your hands into the proper position so you can get a feel for where your wrists need to be. Gradually work on loading the grip by moving underneath the rings in the false grip. This is going to feel very uncomfortable in the beginning, but with practice, you'll be able to work towards turning the rings outward and locking out your arms while directly under the rings. Don't rush into doing this because it puts a lot of pressure on the elbows. Like anything, gradually work up to this and take your time doing it. Now that we've covered that, it's time to talk about the actual muscle up. Now, where people have trouble with the muscle up is typically in the transition. You might have seen other tutorials where that coach says, get your shoulders over your hands. And as a matter of fact, you hear this quite a few places. And while it's not incorrect at all, that's exactly what we want to do, it can be difficult to actually do that. So instead of thinking of getting our shoulders over our hands, I would like us to reframe the way that we look at this and instead simply focus on pulling the elbows backward. Sounds pretty simple. And as a matter of fact, I'd like us to have an image in our head of putting a t-shirt on. Might sound silly, but check it out. The muscle up is pretty similar to putting on a t-shirt, and that it's more efficient when you don't flare your elbows. And that's the most important point I want us to focus on when doing the muscle up. Don't flare your elbows. Keeping your elbows close to your body is going to allow you better control and strength for getting the muscle up. Keep that t-shirt image in mind. And let's talk about the single best movement that's going to help you to get the muscle up. That would be the baby muscle up. The baby muscle up is great in that it allows us to work on every single component of the muscle up in a safe manner so that we can focus on improving strength, flexibility, and control. We can use our feet as training wheels, and as we get stronger and improve the quality of the transition, we simply raise the rings to further challenge ourselves. This incremental progression is what is going to help us work towards our first muscle up, and we can also use this to further improve our muscle up technique down the road. Before jumping right into the baby muscle up, I suggest spending some time only on the transition portion of the baby muscle up. Keep your feet directly below the rings, and this is going to allow you to better control that transition. The focus should be on keeping the rings close to your body and getting a feel for what's going on with your elbows as you practice the transition.
think of the t-shirt example and keeping your elbows as close to your body as possible. Diligent practice on these transition repeats performed this way in the beginning will set you up for better technique for when you start working on the full baby muscle up. The more time that you focus on smoothing out the transition right now, the easier it's going to be for you to get the full muscle up. As you pull up into the transition, pull your elbows back. As you lower from the dip, pull your elbows forward and always keep the rings as close to your body as possible. Next, it's time to work on the baby muscle up. This is where you'll get a good feel for the kind of strong pull you'll need for the false grip. However, don't rush right into the transition. Go slow and remember that you can move your feet back in order to help you through the transition. By the way, when working on the baby muscle up, I always suggest pushing up into the top position of the dip each and every time. This is going to further strengthen you and help you for the full muscle up down the road. As you get better with the baby muscle up, you can start to raise the rings in order to make it more challenging. And really, that's all there is to getting the full muscle up. Simply use the baby muscle up and keep raising the rings. Believe me, it works. As you get better with the baby muscle up and continue to raise the rings, something that you might find that you're still having trouble with is the descent. A lot of us tend to fall back out of the rings instead of focusing on pulling the elbows forward in order to allow us to get underneath the rings. This is a huge point, and if you think about it, it's the exact opposite of when we transition from below the rings. So before, when I asked you to make sure to keep your elbows pulled back, as we lower down from the top portion of the dip, all we're going to do now is pull the elbows forward. Remember, keep your elbows close to your body and don't let your arms go out to the side. With that being said, as you get better with the muscle up, you can work on pulling the hands apart when lowering yourself and pausing slightly after the transition. However, in the beginning, I highly suggest first working on keeping your hands and elbows as close to your body as possible. Now that we've covered the baby muscle up, here are a few more tips that are going to help you in getting the full muscle up. Focus should be on the baby muscle up and working to gradually increase the height of the rings. Practice more on the transition technique and do it slowly. The slower the better, because that will force you to get stronger, improve your flexibility in the shoulders, and allow you to focus on keeping your elbows in and back. Keep from kipping. Focus on the strict muscle up and it will help you for the other variations. Remember to skip the kip. However, in the beginning, it is okay to break at the hips as you do the muscle up. Later, you can work on straightening out your body and performing the muscle up as slowly as possible. Take care of your elbows. There's no need to train the muscle up every single day, and as a matter of fact, I believe that is overkill. Practicing a few times a week, making sure to focus on quality repetitions of the baby muscle up, especially the transition, is all you need to get you there. If you're having trouble with shoulder flexibility, check out the shoulder mobility article we have. I covered quite a bit in this tutorial, but really it comes down to just two things. Keeping that image of putting on a t-shirt in your head when you're practicing and spending the majority of your time focusing on what I feel is the best exercise that you could be using to get the muscle up, and that would be the baby muscle up. All right, what do you think, Bree? Is that pretty good? All right, give me 5. Give me 5. Yeah. Keep practicing on the baby muscle up and feel free, send us any questions that you have. Looking forward to seeing you get your muscle up.
Okay, so for this last video in the push section, when I was thinking out the video, I wanted to do a follow along session where I took you through a 20-minute Elements type session. Elements is our flagship program, but it all started in a gym I had in Japan called the Jungle Gym. My 2 kids were pretty tiny at the time, and I wanted to create a gym for them and kids to learn how to get strong, move better, have fun, and do it while learning English. Remember, this was in Japan. So I ended up coming up with cards, A to Z, of animal movements that the kids would work through. Now, the bear, monkey, frogger, and eventually the crab became staples in the kids and adult classes. And that's where Elements started. Now,
A lot has been updated, and I believe Elements to be the single best program you could start off with to help you move better and gain physical autonomy for literally any activity that you're after. So I was pretty excited to showcase Elements in this YouTube video, and I planned everything out. The only problem is that I actually forgot and I skipped one of the movements in there, and I honestly didn't feel like reshooting it, so I just kept it as is. So when you do this session, be sure to add in that extra 1 minute to make it a full 20-minute session.
Hey, what's up? Ryan here. Now, today's video, I'm going to warn you, is probably going to be boring for a lot of you. But for those of you, especially those of you who've gone through our Elements program, well, this might interest you. What I'm going to be doing is a single take. I'm going to start my watch, and then I'm going to go through bear, monkey, frogger, and crab, and I'll be doing 5 rounds of that. In the very beginning, I'll be focusing on just doing the very, very basic versions. The second round, I'll do a variation. Third round will be back to the basics. Fourth round will be a different variation. The final 5th round is going to be back to the basics. Every minute, my watch will beep, and it will just let me know that I go on to the next thing. Got those written on the board back there behind me. Don't worry about that. When I'm doing this, I'll let you know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to get going here in a little bit. Again, very raw video, single take. I haven't even warmed up yet. I actually use this sort of kind of like my warm-up on the days that I don't do anything else. And so today's one of those days. Thought I'd shoot the video. Let's get going. I'm going to start my watch here. The old Garmin Fenix 6X. I'm just going to start off with the bear. Here we go. And again, in the beginning, all I'm doing here is kind of warming up. I'm kind of feeling things out. Always start off with the most basic version of the bear when I do this. Again, it's going to be 20 minutes, so each movement is going to be a single minute. I'm just going to keep going back and forth. Feeling things out in the beginning, kind of warming things up. Today I'm really feeling it in my hamstrings. So again, if you have gone through Elements, you're going to know all of the movements in here. But it's just a matter of just continuing to move and go through the bear, the monkey, the frogger, the crab, variations of it, 20 minutes straight. Some of you, this might be too much. 20 minutes might be just way too much. So going on to the monkey next. Again, really nice and easy. Sitting into my squat. I'm not rushing through anything when I'm doing this. I'm talking, so obviously I have my mouth open when I perform these movements. The reason I mention that is because I try to focus on nasal breathing whenever I'm doing these. Again, right now I'm just kind of feeling what's going on in my body. The cool thing about this and going for a minute instead of, for example, like a repetition or a length, for example, like distance, is that it doesn't matter what kind of space you have. If you've got like a hallway in your house, or just even in your bedroom, and you only have a little bit of space to do this in, then you can do it. It's pretty cool. All right, so froggers are next. Feeling things out, getting things going. Again, in the very beginning here, all I'm doing is the very basic version. Trying not to hurry through it. Just feeling what's going on. My ankle's still pretty tight so far. Takes me a little while to get the ankle good and going. You know, and again, as I mentioned earlier, I kind of use this as a warm-up. The first movements. This works well for anything. So if you're doing some locomotion in your session, you just start off with a bear, a monkey, and the frogger at a nice pace. You set your watch for a minute if you'd like, or just go for a feel. You know, how is it feeling?
Doesn't mean you have to do exactly 1 minute. I'm starting by going forward and then I'll go backwards with the crab. The second round, I'll be doing left and then right. So you'll see when I do it. After this crab, I'm going to go back and cycle through bear, monkey, frog, or crab, but I'll be doing a variation. The first variation I'm going to be doing for the bear is going to be the twisting bear. Coming up here in a bit. Here we go. Bree is being a good girl in her bed, sleeping. Now, because this is the second round, I'm feeling a little better with this. It's not that I'm going fast, but I'm not necessarily going super slow. So if I were just learning these movements, then yeah, I would be slowing things down, really focus on what's going on with the form, but I've done these literally hundreds and hundreds of times. So I know what I'm looking for when I'm doing this. For me, I just, keeping my shoulder over my hand and focusing on dropping in. So the next thing I'm going to be doing is straight leg monkey. Really focusing on pushing down and through the floor when I'm doing this. If you've never done this before, then feel free to bend your knees just a little bit. I'm locking my legs out when I do it. If you're working on press to handstand or something like that, next couple movements are going to be great for that. This is a monkey straight leg. And after this, I'm going to be doing straight leg frogger. Really focus in on my breathing. So notice that my breathing is not labored at all. Pretty chill when I'm doing this. I mean, this isn't like just killing myself to do these movements. Really focusing on what's going on in the body. Notice that it looks kind of like press the handstand. Making sure I'm locking everything out. Pulling with my core. When I'm doing this, it's a great way to prep yourself for the press the handstand if you happen to be working on a press the handstand. You can also be focused on flexibility. If that's what you're after, for example, bringing the feet further forward. Today, that's not my focus. I'm just pushing down and through the ground. Get a feel for what's going on in my scaps, shoulder blades. There we go. This time, I'm going to go, in this case, to the right for the crab. And I'll just reverse the motion. So this is the first round of variations. After this, we'll go back to the bear. If you are working with me when you're doing this right now, think about what is a good variation for you. And what I mean by that is, as I go through the fourth round, where I show, not advanced, but harder variations, it doesn't mean that you need to do the exact ones that I'm doing. Those are difficult for you.
then do what you need to do. This time around, I'm going to do backwards bear. I don't do that in the very first round, but kind of changing things up here. But this is the basic bear. That's just what I'm after. So again, if you've gone through Elements, these movements are going to be familiar. Now I'm good and warmed up. I mean, this could be a full workout depending on your level. For me, this is more like a warm-up. Doesn't mean that your warm-up should be this, but try and change things up a little bit with the monkey. Rather than trying to stay straight on, I'll twist a little bit. Again, focus on what's good for you and where you are with these movements. That's really the big thing. Probably notice my ankle's still kind of not 100% warmed up just yet. Just fine, whatever. I'm locking my arms out when I do this. Going at a pace that's good for my breathing. So I can continue to talk. I'm not overdoing it. This isn't a stamina session for me, if you will, where I really just push myself really hard and push as fast as I can. That's not what I'm after with these. Some of you might get to the third round and be like, you know what? I'm done. That's totally cool. Ooh, starting to feel in the hips. Yeah. For those of you who haven't gone through Elements in a while, you'll probably have flashbacks to the Frogger. Everybody says that, oh man, my hips. All right, so next up, we've got leg thread. So a variation of the bear. So this round is where things kind of start to pick up. Halfway there, I'm not worried about the transition. I'm just turning around, so just do whatever you want to do. I'm gonna hang out here so I can do the next one, which is long leg monkey classic. Get a good stretch in there. Yeah, I love these. Yeah, I notice my heel's not even down today. Oh well. It is what it is. I'll work on my ankle later. All right, what do we got next? Baby froggers. And I'm gonna bend my arms today. If you're not comfortable doing these, just keep your arms straight. I'm trying to keep my elbows in when I do this. I think this is the toughest one. All right, and what are we on? Yeah. For the frog, or pardon me, the crab, I'm just doing left, right, forward, backward. That's it. Nothing special. Especially after that last baby frogger. Just keep things going. And notice I'm not bringing my hips up that high. Again, it's whatever you want to do that day. Wherever you're at. For me, really, I'm just trying to just keep going. Get good and warm. Next up is the last round. Oh, there we go. And it's just going to be back to the bear, regular bear. And I kind of use this one, and slow things down. I really focus more like on a stretch. So that way, after this, when I get into my session, the rest of my session, I haven't blown myself out in terms of like exhausted myself for whatever I have coming up. Actually, after this, I've got Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practice. So this is a great warm-up for me. We do warm-ups for class, but for me, I kind of need a little extra. Get things going before the standard warm-up that we do. And so this little session is a good one for me. All right, monkey. Yeah, I love this. I mean, this is the last round and it goes by really quickly. And the thing is it's fun because, I mean, you're not just doing the basic bear, monkey, frog, or crab. You're adding in some variations. And by the way, you throw in any variation you want. I just like to come back to the basics between each of those rounds. And again, depending on what's going on that day, it could be my warm-up, it could be a finisher, albeit kind of a long finisher, 20 minutes. You could actually shorten it though, just make it, yeah, like 5 minutes or something. And just go through one round. And then that last minute, you can use as like just a free flow kind of thing. And just go between bear, monkey, frog, or crab, like focusing on transitions and really just having fun with it. There's some different variations of the frogger. Today I'm just doing very, very, very basic frogger. Not even really going through tabletop position. So finishing up now. It's the last minute. Did I mess it up? I feel like I missed something. Because I've got an extra minute, but yeah, should be it. Yep. Maybe I missed something, I don't know. But basically, it's cool. Went through it, I'm feeling good. Really warm. My breathing is back to normal. In that third round, excuse me, the fourth round, my breathing kind of shot up a little bit, which lets me know my heart rate obviously went up, and that's cool. Big thing is just bringing it all together and making sure that I'm good to go for whatever it is that I'm doing that day. So that's just an example of a little conditioning circuit, if you will, that you can do. I thought it'd be kind of fun to share with you. And yeah, from time to time, put this video back on, we'll do it together, and have fun with it. Let me know how it goes. Check out some of the other videos we got. Enjoy. All right, so I just went back and reviewed the video, and I did forget to do one of the crab walks, and I believe that was on round 3. So apologize for that, but you know what? Again, it's fine, whatever, okay? The thing about this is that you're working and doing the things that are good for you. I forgot the crab. I'm still fine. It's not the end of the world. But something you could do if you are going back and using this video to work along with me, then, I don't know, just do some extra crab at the very, very end of the last round. Whatever, okay? So have fun with this. That's really the big thing. So many different ways that you can use this. It doesn't have to be 5 rounds. It could be 1 round, okay? It could be whatever it needs to be for you. Be sure to use movements that are appropriate for your particular level and the particular thing that you're working on that day. You could change the focus so that's focused more on strength. And so you're working more, for example, on the Spider-Man. You're adding in some bent arm bear. You're maybe working on, I don't know, just things that are really going to tax you a bit more. In that case, you probably don't want to go the full 5 rounds. Then the other way to look at it too is if you're just wanting to focus on flexibility. So you can choose movements and stick with those movements. For example, always coming back to the straight leg monkey or the straight leg frogger to improve your hamstring strength. Or again, if you need better compression for the press to the handstand, the straight leg frogger is also a great movement to use for that. There's so many different options that you can do and ways that you can change this up for yourself. All right, leave a comment, let me know what you think of it, and if there's anything I can do to help you out, let me know. Cheers.
Our last, but quite possibly most important part of our 5P framework is ponder. And this is where you think back over your session and you look at what went well, what could have gone better, and what you need to focus on to make your next session better. Now, honestly, this doesn't need to take much time at all. And I'm in fact able to do this extremely fast, and I even ponder after each set throughout my workouts. And that way, I'm actually able to do better and bring more awareness to every movement that I do throughout that session. Now, this can be tough to get a handle on when you're not used to doing it. So the following videos are going to help you. And the first video I want to take a look at is how to structure your workouts. Now, I shot this outside on a Thursday, which was always my hiking day when I lived in Japan. I was really lucky because I lived about 20 minutes from Mino Mountain, and I could go trekking for a couple hours in the morning, and then I would use the rest of the day to do my work, like shooting this video.
Hey, what's up everybody? Ryan here from GMB Fitness. Thought I'd do something a little bit different today, and that is have you join me in my session today. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take you through the way that I do all of my sessions. And so basically I start off with a prep, then I practice a skill. I play around with that skill, and then I push myself, do a bit of conditioning to finish things up. Afterwards I ponder, I look at how did the session go, what could I have done better, what do I want to do for my next session. That's what we're going to do today. So what I'm going to do is actually take you all the way through this, give you some ideas that you can use in your own session, And hopefully this will spark some interest, get you thinking a little bit different besides just simply working out. Remember, what we're doing here in GMB is focusing on our main goal, our why. And today, my focus is on looking at parkour type movements. I say parkour because what I'm trying to do today is focus on a particular skill set. That's basically looking at precision jumps as well as single leg balance. As you go through this video, think about what you can do at your own level. Now, the skills that I'm going to be working on today aren't that difficult at all. The goal is not to show you some flashy tricks or something like that. Simply to take you through the process of how I look at setting up my own sessions. If this goes well, I'll probably do some future videos similarly. But today, the main thing, as I mentioned earlier, is focusing on precision jumps. I'm going to focus on single leg balance, finish things up by playing around just a little bit, pushing myself, conditioning my legs, and that's it. Let's get going. All right, so we first need to work on preparing our body for the work that we're doing today. And remember, we're going to be focusing on that precision jump as well as single leg balance. And so what we're going to do is we're going to focus on preparing our hips, our knees, and our ankles. First thing we're going to do is simple leg swings. This is going to help with the hip flexors. It's also going to focus on getting us prepped for our balance work. So just one leg out in front. All I'm going to do is swing my leg. Now, I'm just going to demonstrate this. What I suggest is whenever you're doing your prep and when I'm doing a video like this, is again, you don't need to follow along with me. I'm just giving you some examples of what you can do in your own session, okay? Now, typically I would do this for upwards of a minute each side, okay? Not gonna do that, I'm just gonna show you what's going on, and then you can take these and do them yourself. So, continue, opposite side. Now, the cool thing about this, as I mentioned, is not just working the hip flexors, but you're also focusing on that balance. And so your toes are getting that workout and preparing yourself to be able to work on your single leg balance to help you with your jumps. And also, it's a good skill to be able to do that right there. So once you're done with that, then what I'm gonna do today is I'm just simply gonna go down into my squat and I'm just gonna hang out here a little bit and I'm just gonna make circles. Now, I'm hitting the ankles a little bit as I'm doing this. And as you might know, my right ankle is always pretty bad simply because of the major injury I had and the surgery I had. So I always need to take quite a bit of time to make sure that my ankles are good and ready. And that's what we're doing today. And so just hanging out in this squat. And if you can't go this deep into the squat, that's totally cool. Don't worry about it. You just find a position that's good for you. You might need to hold on to something, but you're just performing these circles and just getting things warmed up a little bit so we can start going deeper into this squat. And from here, what I'm going to do now is continue to work on the ankles and the toes, as well as the knees, and go over the top of my knee, pardon me, my toes. And so just back and forth. It's also working on balance, by the way. So if you're not used to doing something like this, helps in order to gain control in the movement. And that's what we're focused on here in GMB, is looking at strength, flexibility, and control. Gradually work on going deeper, using my hands as training wheels. Moving the knees inside and out, dropping the knee down towards the ground, further working on the hips. Again, if you have trouble with this, I can hold on to something. You can't go this deep into your squat, perfectly fine. You stand up, you can do this. From here, I'm gonna go up on my toes. I'm gonna bring my feet a little closer together. And from here, just rock back and forth. If you haven't done these before, kind of fun. You find your balance. I almost fell. Rocking back and forth. Nice. Back and forth movements with control. Just kind of warming everything up. Because remember, I'm going to be working on those jumps as well, working on that single leg balance. And so to further go into my warm up here, the prep portion of it, I'm going to go back and do those swings again. For me, I really want to make sure that I'm good and ready to do the things that I need to do, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on my prep. I want to get right into it. That's me. So This time going a little bit higher, working and continue to find my balance when I'm doing these. Now I'm gonna go to the outside with the circles. Again, these are just examples of things that you can do. Really, it just depends on what's going on that day, right? And you wanna focus on hitting the areas of your body, the major joints, making sure you're good and ready so that you can work on your skill. This side's pretty bad for me because of my right leg. And that's why I'm doing this today, the balance point. So anyway, that's gonna be my prep. Let's get right into the skill work. All right, so now it's time to practice my precision jump. Now, I'm going to be using these round seat looking things. To be honest, I really don't know what they are, but they're really great because I'm going to be able to focus on jumping from one to the other with my precision jumps. But before I do that, I want to really practice on a lower level, kind of warming up again, so further preparing myself to be able to actually do the skill work. So what I'm going to do, instead of standing on these blocks, I'm actually just going to jump on the ground. And make sure, like, wherever you're doing anything, this is very important if you're doing handstands or any kind of work outside or even in the gym, make sure that your area is nice and safe. So I just got to say this because it always amazes me to see people that don't actually check their environment. A big thing we're also looking at, of course, is gaining that situational awareness in terms of spatial awareness. What's going on around us? So here in GMB, it's not just about working out. It's about really understanding and being aware of what's going on in your body and around you when you're practicing skills. So all I'm gonna do right now is just do a couple of these precision jumps, making sure that I'm good and ready to perform the movement on these pillars, blocks, round thingies that are here. So focusing on my landing, making sure that I'm nice and quiet when I'm doing this. So anyway, feeling pretty good. So I'm gonna go move up here. First, just start off real nice and easy. The focus for me today is the landing. Am I landing on the balls of my feet? Do I have balance when I'm landing? And in my case, really trying to stick that landing, because using this as a warm-up so that when I go to play and actually add this movement into something else, that I have the confidence. And I'm performing this at the highest level I can in terms of quality movement, the highest level I possibly can. Doesn't matter how difficult the movement is, it's how beautifully I perform it. So that's an example of what I'm doing today for my skill work. Now, typically what I'll do a couple of these, one or two, take a step off, think about what went well, give myself a little bit of a break. I might take it up a little, make it a little bit more difficult, might actually stick with this. So today I actually think I am gonna stick with this. I'm gonna perform it however long I want to. In this case, I got plenty of time today, so I'm probably gonna spend a good chunk of my time working on this and some other variations of it. All right, so here in the park, I have these cool stumps that I can play around with. Now, the cool thing about this is for my skill work today, I'm purposely choosing one. I don't know if you can really see, but this is actually angled. So it's not completely flat. So it's really gonna challenge me in terms of my balance and also help in strengthening my ankles. And so that's something else that I'm really focused on recently, especially with all the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and hiking and the play like this that I do. That's really my focus, to make sure that I'm getting stronger, that I'm improving my range of motion, and that I have better control as I age, okay? So that's all I'm gonna do, is I'm just gonna stay on one foot here, and wow, that slope really makes a difference there, that angle. And all I'm gonna do is focus on finding balance and moving in different directions when I'm doing this, all right? Now, you know, depending on your level or where you're at, this might be really easy, it might be really difficult. And all I'm trying to do when I practice this is find that balance. And I could just stay here if I wanted to. And
what I, again, trying to do is really focus on what's going on in my body whenever I'm doing anything, trying to be very aware during my skill work. And that goes for everything that I do when I'm working on any skill in my session, but especially my practice portion. The reason for that is that's going to allow me to really get better at everything that I'm doing, so that when I go to the play portion of it, I know that I'm gonna have that control, but I'm also gonna have that confidence in what's going on. And I'm purposely bending my leg here, trying to place myself in different positions to practice being comfortable in those positions. I'm about to lose it there. Okay. All right, and so what I'm gonna do now is give myself a little bit of a break, just shake my legs out. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna continue working on that. All right, so I decided to add one more thing to my practice. And typically I'll only focus on one or two things. Today, got a lot of time, feeling good. So I thought I would add one more thing to my practice, similar to the precision jumps, but what I'm going to do is go from one leg to the same leg. So basically I'm starting my left leg right now. I'm just gonna jump, it's a very small jump. And I just wanna focus on landing on that leg in that position. And notice, I didn't do it. And so what I'm gonna do is just focus on being able to do that today. Again, this looks super simple, and it should be super simple, but the thing is today I don't have it. So great, I'm gonna focus on today, making sure I can do that. And by doing that once and practicing, then I can focus on what do I need to do in order to get that particular skill today. And you notice I just got it. And the reason why I didn't get it the first time I know now is because my landing was off, forced me to the side. The cool thing about this though, is again, it all comes down to awareness. And so when I'm practicing a skill, I'm not just trying to nail that skill. What I'm trying to do is perform that skill. And if it doesn't go the way that I wanted it to go, then I say, okay, why didn't it go that way? What is the one thing that I need to focus on in order to make sure that I can perform that skill and do it better than I had before? So do it that way and just focus on what did you learn from each movement. You do that, you'll always have a good session. All right, so we did our prep where we warmed ourselves up. We focused on that skill work, right? At least I did, you were watching, right? So next what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play around. And when I'm playing, what I'm trying to do is basically see what happens when I do it. I'm not trying to push myself to the point where I'm gonna injure myself or anything like that. I'm actually taking the skills that I'm very, very comfortable with, ones that I practice, and doing them at a little lower level so that I make sure that I can perform them very high level, but I play and see what happens. So for example, I could actually just do a precision jump here and then maybe jump onto that leg here. And so I'm using these as a guide and to see what I can actually work on and what happens when I'm doing it. So once again, play is about taking the particular skill that you're working on, performing it at a little lower level so that you can go deeper into that. Let's say, for example, that I was working on doing a really long precision jump. Okay, cool. I was only doing one. But then with play, you can work on connecting those. So maybe we have a few of those round blocks or these stumps. And I can just continue working on going from one to the other in a continuous flow, if you will. But I'm doing it at a level that's good for me so that I don't injure myself. All right, so I want to say this, there's sometimes where I might not do a play portion in the session, or I might not do a push. In this video, I just wanted to show you using the 5 Ps that we have, the prep, practice, play, push, and ponder, how they can all fit together into this session. And so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna do my push. A push is really where I'm gonna hit my legs hard. I've done the practice session, I've done the play, and so now I really wanna just work my legs, I condition them. This is where typically most people live in their workouts. This is the actual workout portion of the session. And so what I'm gonna do today is take a movement that I absolutely love, which is a toe squat
and a sissy squat together. And this really, really works my legs. It hits the ankles. We're gonna be hitting the entire leg structure, okay? Hips, hip flexors and whatnot. But I'm using this tree here and I'm gonna show you this movement. So if you wanna try this out at home, I suggest using something just for balance in the beginning when you're trying this out. So I'm gonna show you from the side here in a moment. I'm gonna show you in the front first. All I'm gonna do is have my feet about shoulder width apart when I'm doing this. I'm up on my toes. Now what I'm gonna do is stay on my toes as I keep my chest up, and I'm just gonna go down into this toe squat. From here, slowly bring my knees forward, and from here, stand straight back up. So showing this from the side then, again, it's a toe squat. So I'm squatting down, pushing my butt back. As I squat down, I'm using the tree for balance. And then I draw my knees forward, pushing the hips up, or excuse me, pulling my hips up. And the last portion of a sissy squat, okay? And so what I typically like to do is focus on time under tension. So rather than focus on the number of reps, I pick a specific period of time, a duration of time, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, a minute. And I'll just do as many quality repetitions as I can. And today what I'm going to be doing is just focusing on doing these. And I'm just gonna do them for time. And what I'll do is 45 seconds, time under tension here. And then I'll stay at the top position here for my balance for 30 seconds. And then I'll do 45 seconds again of that squat, 30 seconds for however many rounds I feel like doing when I'm doing that. So this is the first movement that I'm going to do. So I'll just show you one more time. Toe squat. Add in this sissy squat portion of it. And I'll just keep going for the duration of time. In this case today, be 45 seconds. And let's say high is 45 seconds, great. So then I'm just gonna stay here up on my toes for 30 seconds and then continue with that. That's the first movement, or movements if you will, that I'm gonna be using in my push. So the next thing that I'm going to be doing in my push series here is for single leg balance. And all I'm going to do is focus on performing a front scale, picking the leg to the side and to the back into a back scale. Again, this is something like, if you're not used to doing it, you can use, in this case, a tree for balance. I tend not to use that because really I want to focus on my foot and my toes really gripping the ground and finding that balance when I'm doing this. And so the way to adjust it, if you're not going to use your hand on something for balance, is rather than bringing your leg up high, you simply keep it low. So lock out this base leg and your chest is up. And you're just gonna focus on going very nice and slow to the back. Squaring up the hips so the hips are square to the ground, and then bringing it back. And similarly to the toe squat, sissy squat that I did earlier, what I'm doing is focusing on a duration of time. Again, I'm just gonna go 45 seconds here on this leg. And let's say 45 seconds is done, and then I'll just switch. And so I'll just make sure that I find my balance, locking that leg out. I can adjust the height, I can start off here if I want. If the quality starts to get bad, I lose my balance or something, I can just simply drop my leg a little lower and keep going. And so that's the key here, is during the push session or portion of this session, I want to continue going. And so that's why really start to adjust the level that you're working on each movement so that you can continue going, so you continue to push yourself. That's the purpose of this, is really, really going deep. This is where you get your sweat on. This is where you just want to push yourself. All right, so there's an example of what I did in my session today. Now I want to be clear, this is not a follow along video, and this is just one example of the way that I like to train. And this is how we do it here in GMB. We'll look at the 5 Ps, and that's where we'll prep ourselves for that particular skill that day. In this case, I was focusing on the precision jump and single leg balance. So after that prep, we practice those skills, and then we might play with those skills. And today what I did was I focused on going at a little lower level than I was practicing, and I just explored, trying to see what I could come up with, adding those jumps together, single leg jumps and whatnot. I just had a lot of fun with that. After that, I really pushed myself. The exercises that I used today in my push are just examples. I'm not saying that those are the movements that you should be using. You need to find what's good for you. Work at a level where you're able to push yourself at a very high level in terms of not just the quality of the movement, it always wants to be at a very high level, but also something that's really going to force you to work hard, build your strength, focus on control. It can also help you, of course, to improve your flexibility. The thing about everything we're doing here in GMB is about you. Figure out what your goal is. My goal is different than your goal, and that's why today's video isn't about a follow-along video. It's about showing you the process that I go through when I set up my sessions. Hopefully give you some ideas so that you can take those ideas and apply them to whatever goal you have. All right, thanks for watching. If you have any comments, please leave them below, and also be sure to subscribe to our channel. We have tons of videos and coming out with a lot more videos each and every week. Thanks for watching. Now, being able to adjust your workout on the fly according to what you need that day is a skill that I feel is really lacking in other fitness modalities. However, auto-regulation plays a huge part in how we view not just workouts, but also individual movements here in GMB. And just because you've written down that it should be a super high intensity training day doesn't necessarily mean it's the best thing for you that day. And that's why in our Praxis program, we included the option for a low intensity session. And you're still gaining the benefit of practicing a skill and getting better, but you're just doing it at a level of intensity that matches what you need that day. So as you watch this video, I want you to think about this concept of auto-regulation, how you can apply it to everything you use to help you to continue to step on the mat and train throughout the years. In this video, I'm going to give you two examples of a low intensity strength session for those days when you're just not feeling it. One with equipment and the other with just your body weight. Some days you just don't feel like working out, but how you feel going into a training session won't always affect your performance. So you shouldn't adjust your training on the fly just because you feel a certain way. Say you've just done your normal prep and you notice, oh man, I'm still feeling a bit run down and I kind of feel that my movements are a bit slower than usual. That's cool. Here's what you do next. Okay, so here's how I'd put together a low intensity workout with equipment. I'll explain each move after I show you the whole thing. Start off with hanging. Then move into twisting bear. Some bodyweight squats. And then finish up with ring reverse rows. All right, so if you've got something to hang from, that's what you can do, is practice hanging. The cool thing about practicing hanging is where you're looking at how you're feeling that day. You're actually just trying to feel things out and just get better at hanging. So your practice could be a variation of a hang. It could just be going side to side, hanging out here, just for a little bit until you feel pretty good there. You let go, take a little break, shake things out, and then you do it again. How can we use today's low intensity session in a way that's going to be good for us, that we can learn and then apply that for later? Do that and you're always going to be improving. That's the name of the game. Then what we can do is we can maybe move on to a push session. And just because this is a low intensity session doesn't mean that we still can't push ourselves. It's just how you push yourself that day. You're going to take the intensity down. You're going to use a movement that's going to be good for you in the sense that it's a movement you're extremely comfortable with. And the goal here isn't to see how many reps that you can crank out. It's focusing on the quality of the movement. In this case, maybe looking at the twisting bear. Let's say that we do this for 45 seconds. Just going up and down the mat at a slower pace, at an intensity that's going to be good for us. It's going to allow us to improve our strength. It's going to improve our mobility as well as control when we're working on this movement. Then take a look at, after 45 seconds or however long you set your timer for, moving into another
exercise. And in this case, let's say that we do bodyweight squat. Okay, so this is a movement that we already know, we have a great handle on, and rather than just cranking out reps, we focus on quality of movement, the position that we're in when we're going into this squat, trying to go as deep as we can, looking at how we adjust ourselves as we come up out of the squat, our knees buckling in, do we find that one knee shifts, bringing awareness to what's going on in our body when we're performing the movement, trying to learn from it. And that's kind of the name of the game when we're trying to do everything, is bring better awareness. Again, is going to help us for when we move back and start working more difficult movements. It's going to help us to bring better awareness. So then let's say you finished up with that 45 seconds on that one. We can move back. We can look at, in this case, we've got some rings. We can look at doing reverse rows. I'm just going to focus on what's going on in my body when I'm performing these rows. Slowing them down. Not a matter of just cranking out reps, but trying to go at a pace that's going to allow me to continue to do this for 45 seconds, but not at a level where it's crushing me that day. So this, again, is just an example of some movements that you can use if you have an equipment. You start off with that hang, move over to the twisting bear, do some bodyweight squats there, and then finish up your push with some reverse rows. Now, before we move on to the next example, there have been so many days where I didn't feel like working out or going to my martial art practice, but I showed up and ended up having a great session. That's why it's so important to at least step on the mat and start your prep work, and why you should always use autoregulation. So autoregulation is a fancy term for adjusting your workload within each training session based on how you're performing relative to previous sessions. You change your intensity and volume of your training that day based on how difficult it is compared to how you've performed before. And as I mentioned earlier, it isn't based on how you feel. It's based on the actual performance of the exercises at that time. Even on those days you don't feel like working out, at least start your prep so you don't cheat yourself out of training. Seriously, get on the mat, do your prep, and then see how it's going. That way you can decide if you actually need an active recovery session where you do something outside of the program protocol or a low intensity session within the program. And this is exactly how we do it in our GMB programs, which you can find over at gmb.io. We start with prep, and then we ask you to check your readiness based on that. If you feel good, you continue as planned. If you're not up to that, well, we give you the option for a lower intensity session that still lets you make progress. You're still getting in work by practicing the exercises and focusing on quality reps for each movement. The only thing is, it's just done at a lower intensity. All right, so this is the last example just in case you don't have a bar to hang from.
Start off with kneeling push-ups. Do some front scales. And then finish up with a hollow body hold.
We're going to start off by practicing the push-up. Now, we're focusing on practicing. And so the goal here isn't how many reps we can do, it's how beautifully can we perform a single repetition. I'm actually going to do it for my knees. And a lot of people might think, oh, those are actually too easy. Well, the thing is, remember, we're practicing, but the other thing about this is rather than making it about that intensity, it's looking at how we can improve it for next time. So for example, this time focusing on rotating so that the elbow pits are facing forward, making sure that we don't flare the elbows. Then from here, maybe just focus on seeing how slow you can go down in this position. Seeing what's going on. Are you keeping the shoulders over your hands, elbows in? Oh, maybe if I squeeze my butt, that would actually make it harder, okay, or maybe easier. And the other thing that we can add in here is a little different than before is that we can look at play. And this time I'm going to stand up and I'm going to look at performing a single leg balance. It's going to be really similar to what I just did in that it's not a matter of the repetitions, but what's going on in the movement when I'm doing it. Rather than just shoving my leg out in front, trying to hold it, I can actually focus on keeping my foot low. What's going on now with my upper body in relation to the lower body? If I bring my arms out, if I have my hands up, how does it feel? Maybe I turn the hands over. I'm playing around with different positions, but using a particular variation of this that's at a quite low level. explore this position. Play and this exploration allows me to learn more about the position in a safe manner so that then I can start to challenge myself in a variation of that later when I go back and add more intensity into the session. We can then finish up with a push. And in this case, yes, we are going to push ourselves, but the lower intensity might just mean that we use a movement that isn't as difficult for us. It could be like a hollow body position. Instead of full hollow body position, hanging out here. And you can actually take this 45 seconds and start out maybe in this position, really focusing on your form when you're doing it, pulling the knees back a bit as the time moves closer to that 45 seconds so that it's not at an intense level like you would normally push yourself just trying to hold this for as long as possible. So just a couple examples there of what you could do with just body weight when you don't have something where you can focus on a pull or a hang. And there you have it. Low intensity sessions can be a great way to still get in some work and continue to improve because you didn't skip your workout that day. Be sure to check out our article on autoregulation with more examples, link in the description.
This next clip is really special video for me because the main person featured in this video has actually become a close friend of mine and actually a mentor of mine. Now, JP's story, it's awesome. And I think that there's a lot of us out there that will be able to relate to what he's gone through. Now, I was the one who edited this video, and as I was watching his interview with Jarlo, I just couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with happiness for how GMB has helped JP's life. Now, he and I have discussed this in depth, and I truly believe that GMB is so much more than just a series of movements that you do. By bringing better awareness into how you move, how you train, through working towards physical autonomy, it will truly change your life. So here's John's bodyweight exercise transformation using integral strength.
What I can do with my legs now in this body that I live in every day is so much greater. I have so much more of a sense of control and mastery over my body. And that gives me a greater sense of power than a number on a barbell ever did.
GMB co-founder Jarlo Alano sat down with one of our clients, John Patrick Morgan, to discuss his journey from CrossFit to GMB and how his perspective on working out has completely changed after only 3 months with us. Now, if you're a competitive person but feeling beat up all the time from your workouts, then you're gonna wanna listen to this one because it's really gonna resonate with you. And there's a lot of insights from John in this video, along with some great before and after clips in there. Now, he explains how his shift in mindset still allows him to keep that competitiveness, but he now does it in a manner that's more beneficial to him. Let's get into it.
What kind of background do you have in strength training and movement training and stuff like that?
Martial arts from like 10 to 25 years old. And then I got into like more endurance sports. And then I had some knee issues and I kind of started getting into weightlifting, and I didn't really like regular gyms, but I found my way into CrossFit and I just fell in love. I'm like hyper competitive. So that like leaderboard dynamic just fired me up, and I went really hard in CrossFit for like 7 years. And as I got older, I'm 45 now, like, and I kept doing it, but then I realized like I was still getting injured because the competitiveness was taking me beyond what was safe. And I wasn't good at pacing. I wasn't good at going slow and taking care of my body,
scaling,
focusing on the quality of movement, right? I was like, I get that I should move well, but I don't want to lose. So I just had to face the reality that was like, CrossFit's cool and I love it. But it's not a good combo with my personality for my age. And also like I got addicted to the power that kind of working out gave me, the metabolic conditioning and the strength and you go away on vacation, you get work out for 2 weeks, you can feel the loss in power. It was I didn't want to lose that. And so it's like the fear of losing strength would have me not really look at anything else. I overcame that, I guess, but and I haven't lost, but it was the worry or belief that I would if I didn't do that thing. And so really getting the benefits of a slow practice, I had the sense that there was a capacity, an ability for me to like slow down in strength training and stuff. And I didn't really know what that was going to look like. My client, Kate, referred me to you guys, and she's been loving it. She said the way she framed it up, he's like, this is going to be great for scrubbing your brain, because she was a post CrossFitter as well. The thing that I feel like another angle on it, which I totally got from understanding the GMB philosophy, I listened to loads of your old podcasts, and like an association with strength and power were related to the ability to move plates on a barbell.
Right.
And it was like there's this numeric thing that is supposedly somehow connected to your life. And if you can squat this amount of money on a barbell, squat weight on a barbell, you know where my head's at. then that means that you're this amount strong. And so like you
Right.
have this relationship to your strength and power as some number on a thing. And it's like, and so now I've really started to understand a difference. Like to be able to do a shrimp squat or a pistol squat really slowly, just because you can squat 400, you might not be able to do that. And
Right.
so so I was just saying to my wife yesterday, like I really get the word autonomy that GMB uses, because the best I said I just feel amazing in my body after these 4 months that I've been doing GMB, because whilst I don't even know that I can still squat what I squat, I haven't really squatted that much since I started GMB, but I don't care, because
Right.
what I can do with my legs now in this body that I live in every day is so much greater. I have so much more of a sense of control and mastery over my body. And that gives me a greater sense of power than a number on a barbell ever did. And so I
Absolutely.
didn't actually lose anything, even if I've quote unquote lost a little bit of my barbell lift. I've gained
See.
power and freedom. Yeah, I started like second, third week of January Elements. And then a week or two in, I added integral strength. I did each of them twice a week for 30 to 45 minutes. So I was doing 4 sessions a week, like 30, 45 minutes. I went hard when I did it. I didn't just like try to get through it. I really did it to the max. Yeah, it was about 3 months on the dot for both programs.
Still, you said about starting integral strength, you still thought that it might not be challenging enough.
Well,
So you
I'll
were
go even
still,
further than that. I wasn't worried about that before starting it. I was concerned about that in the first couple of weeks of doing it in it, because it wasn't challenging me at all. And I wasn't breaking a sweat. I was like I mean, there was just no physical
okay.
challenge to it at all. And then Rose, just said slow down. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, just, do like less reps. I'm like, how many? She's like, one. And I'm like, for 30 seconds? And then I was like, okay, I'll try that. And then I started doing that. And I was like, oh, wow, this is a lot harder. It's almost like I needed it to be too easy to find out that it was me that was making it too easy, to learn this
Gotcha.
new dimension to how to be in relationship to strength in my body. And then it became one of the hardest things I've ever done. It
Right.
stacks, right? And so by the end,
Right.
it's like I'm doing a CrossFit workout with the jumps and everything. My heart rate's exploding. I'm like, I can't even finish half the movements. So it gets harder on its own, but also it got a lot harder once I approached it in the way, like through that GMB lens. I wouldn't look at integral strength as that's going to be my metabolic conditioning program. Like I still go for runs and stuff like that, but like for strength, for me, being forced to make something hard that I could do in a way that's easy, like gave me a new way to get stronger in a much simpler way. That was like the major discovery. And so like, how could you make it strong without changing it? That's like having to wrap my head around that was a growth opportunity for me. So I would say to people that, if they're doing integral strength or considering doing it, like you can make this extremely hard if you slow down and really listen and kind of try and look at fitness in a new way. That's been probably the biggest gift of the program, is the new relationship to fitness and to strength and conditioning. The
Yeah.
results are awesome, but it's like that how to create results, that new way of creating results is a reward. I'm so glad that I took that video at the beginning. It was like, I think I did integral strength twice a week because I was doing it with elements at the same time. I really forgot where I started. Like I didn't remember,
Right.
because I've been doing these movements so much, and I'm seeing maybe a slight difference from last time, but like the beginning just kind of disappeared in the rear view. And so then I recorded my final assessment, and then I went back and looked at my original. I was like, oh, geez. Oh, wow. I have improved in that, because it's like little changes every time, little improvements, little skill. It's hard to see the improvement of skill week to week. So that's why I think the video you guys suggested taking video up front was super important, because I wouldn't have known. I literally wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have believed that I was so much further away from where I was, like especially like the Cossack squat or the shrimp squat. Like I knew that I had improved, but I didn't realize how much I had improved. So yeah, that was awesome. I don't really get frustrated with not being able to do a movement. There were certain things I couldn't do, but I get excited about that, because I just like that's an
Right.
opportunity for me to grow in a skill and ability, and I kind of like grounded my resourcefulness, not like what I'm able to do in that moment. I have always looked for good form as doing it the way that it was defined by some external, whether I'm reading The Supple Leopard and trying to like do it exactly as the dude it says in that book, or watching a YouTube video on how they do their movement and trying to like actually absolutely mirror that. And you guys really pointed me inward to feeling my own body and really creating a relationship to quality of movement as a subjective experience, instead of an objective measure. I think that that is very powerful when a person brings a lot of presence to that movement, as opposed to just having like some random subjective opinion. Oh yeah, it's good, but like actually looking for like, how do I feel, that whole orientation as like a metric instead of like how much weight is on the barbell, how strong, how controlled do I feel in this movement, gave me this like sense of agency as the person who decides what good form is within my body. Not because I've got some like certification from like, you know, physical therapy or something like that, but because like it's my body. And I was just listening to Andy in a podcast yesterday with Ryan, and Andy's got that kind of overarching attitude that is like, fuck what everybody else thinks. How do you feel? And that kind of like bringing that idea into the domain of like, what is the quality of my movement was really empowering too. It kind of like took away some of that, like, am I doing it right?
Yeah,
Looking
man.
at their feeling and is this right for me kind of orientation.
Competitiveness that you've said before, and have that gone away?
No, I hope it never goes away. I love it.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
it's
the thing I did
changed.
like it's changed. It's no longer putting me at risk of injury. Let's say that I'm competing for making it pretty, competing for a greater capacity to feel my body and the quality of my movement. So it's like that competition is now in service of my longevity instead of like antithetical to it.
Would there be any end to that? Do you feel like you can still make progress? You mentioned you're 45. So what does 55 look for you?
There just were things in my that outside of my awareness that I just assumed or never assumed that would even be possible for me. Like 45 years old, I've never done a backflip. And I think I mentioned something to Ryan in one of the calls about like him doing maybe or somewhere him doing like 40 backflips at 40. And I was like, I don't know if I could ever do a backflip. No, you could probably, you could still do that. Like it would take some work, but I was like, fucking hell, to like start on the path of doing a backflip this age. And also like, you know, I've never done a freestanding handstand for more than like a second or two still to this day. And like, just joined the apprenticeship with this goal of doing a handstand and maybe one day a press handstand. After doing elements and holding a high frogger for a few seconds and like surprising myself, I'm like, wait a minute, I could probably do this, maybe even this year. I see like a new, you know, when you get into a new fitness thing, when you're, at least when you're younger, you kind of like a new world opens up. I'm even considering getting back into martial arts. And like, so this is a great foundation for that. But like, I don't know what my future holds, but it's definitely way more exciting than it was when I was just trying to keep lifting weights so that I lived longer and stayed strong by some metric. Like, make sure whatever you do today means you can still practice tomorrow or work out
Yeah,
tomorrow.
absolutely.
That's like a simple metric. Yeah. Everybody's life is different and everybody has different things that would be more functional for them. You're like, that's what I realized. Like the simplest example, it might not sound like a big deal, but we live on a farm where you have to pull weeds. And since GMB, it's been easier to sit in my squat and pull weeds instead of having like pull weeds for like 30 seconds and get up and move around and sit back down. Even though I've been like doing barbell squats and I can get down into a squat, that's different than hanging out without weight down low. And that mobility has been just made it more pleasurable to just sit in a squat and pull weeds. So that's functional for me because that's my lifestyle. And the starting point that in the program, it's like, why are you here? Why are you doing this? That's
Yeah,
what like
man.
you guys ask. It's like, what are my particular outcomes? Meaning what would be functional for me? It's like, okay, now let me pick the GMB program and training and focus to help me with that. But
See, and you can
locomotion's like
choose.
that for me now too. Like locomotion's become like just a thing that's fun.
Yeah,
Like especially having a
right.
3 year old and an 8 year old, like it's fun for the whole family. My wife too. We're all like walking on four legs in the house now, like doing Spider-Man. Like it's just become a fun thing for us. So sometimes the thing is just, you know, an end in and of itself because it's joyful. And so that's also been part of the reason I've loved it.
Hey, thanks for watching, and be sure to check out this video where I take you through a full session from our Integral Strength program. We've come to the last clip in this massive video, and I wanted to leave you with something to wrap up your day and help you sleep better. Now, this is an evening stretch routine that I use. Now, this is a video that I shot recently in my home office here in the US, and you'll see my dog Henry chilling in the video with me. Now, over the course of this video, you've seen a wide array of videos spanning the life of GMB, going from prep, practice, play, push, and finally ponder. So I thought it was only fitting to end this video with a recent clip, one that's going to help you to bring awareness to your body and be able to ponder before you go to bed in order to end your day on a positive note. And by the way, the t-shirt you see in this video is the 2024 official Alpha Posse t-shirt for our members
of our private community. So if you're looking for an awesome group of people to hang out with and just dive deeper into GMBs, be sure to check out the link in the description and join the Alpha Posse. Stretching before bed offers numerous benefits to overall health and well-being, like better flexibility, reduced muscle tension, enhanced sleep quality, and better blood circulation. Join me today as I take you through the exact evening stretch routine that I use. Check out the description for more info about the movements I use in this routine from our recovery program, along with other breathing protocols from our respiration program. So slip into your PJs and let's get going. I always like to start off with body waves, and there's a couple variations, but I want to keep it simple for you. So basically, as we pull our body up and open, we inhale. As we drop our body down towards the floor, we exhale. So let's do this together. You're going to start off by pulling your shoulders up towards your ears. Big inhale, expansion of the chest, open up, drive your hips forward. Now start the exhale as you squat down and push your butt back, slowly letting your upper body fall. No need to push it, go nice and easy. Bend your knees, driving your knees forward. Hips come forward, start to inhale. As you open up the chest, pull the ears, pardon me, pull your shoulders up towards your ears. You're going to start dropping down as you exhale. Nice and easy. We'll do one more. Big inhale, open things up, pull the shoulders back and down, hips come forward. Exhale as you sit your butt back, slowly going a little closer to the floor. Tell you what, let's do one more. We're bringing ourselves forward, opening things up, big inhale. Hips forward, sitting back, exhale. Drop your body down. Hang out here for just a second. Bend your knees. Big inhale as you stand back up. Shake things out. Now we're going to move down to the floor. All right, I moved Henry out of the way, and I'm going to perform a toe squat to depth that's good for me. You might not be able to go all the way down here. That's perfectly fine. Just do what you can. But the real reason for us doing this is simply so that we can place our hands on the floor, and we're going to go into this modified Seiza position. So what this is where I have my toes up on the floor and back, and I'm trying to get my hips towards my heels. Now, if this is too much for you, you can adjust it simply by bringing yourself forward or even just pulling your hips away from your heels. Now, we're going to hang out here and do this for a count of 4. Inhale, exhale for 3 rounds. Slowly working to go deeper towards our heels as we're doing this. Start off here, count of 4. Exhale, sitting back a bit more. Remember, you can adjust this by bringing yourself forward if need be. Last time here. All right, now what I like to do next is simply bring my feet flat to the floor. And I'll show you a different angle here. I like to have my toes together, heels together, and I'm sitting back onto my heels. This might be too much for you. You can adjust it the same way, bringing yourself forward or bringing your hips away from your heels. I like to try and sit deeper, but I'm keeping my chest up as I'm performing 3 rounds of this, count of 4, really trying to relax myself as I go deeper into this position. Last count of 4 here. Inhale for 4. Exhale for 4. Now, next off, we're going to be going into the A-frame. So the start for the A-frame here, come back to this position, is where I'm going to have both hands on the floor. Adjust this real quick for you. So I'll have both hands on the floor, shoulders over the hands, hips over the knees. And I'm just going to focus on pushing my butt up into the air, just like this. Now, remember, we don't need to push ourselves into a position. We want this to be relaxing. We're looking at more of a recovery, if you will. So just find kind of where you're tight here. And as you continue with breathing, 4 in, 4 out, I want you to move your body around just a little bit, side to side. Maybe push your heel, right heel down to the floor, push your butt up into the air just a tiny bit, switch off to the opposite side, perform some circles. As you're going for about
3 rounds of a 4 count inhale, 4 count exhale. Moving in and out of this, you might feel it in the hamstrings, in the glutes. You might feel it in the lats, depending on what's going on in your body that day. Now, I'm going to switch the angle here for you. And the reason why is that we're going to shift now by bringing the right foot forward into what is called modified pigeon. Now, just place your leg out in front in a position that's going to be good for you in terms of the distance of your heel from your hips. So you might need to bring your heel in closer, and this goes for both legs here. And what we're going to do from here is we're going to exhale as we drop our body over this leg. We're going to do this 5 times. 2, exhale, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to hold this position here, performing my 4 count in and my 4 count exhale. Now from here, we're going to switch it up. We're going to put this into motion. And I'm moving around a little bit so that I don't bump into Henry too much, but I'm going to extend my arm and back here. I'm going to let my knees come up, and I bring my arm up over my head so that I can go to the opposite side here, sit up, into the opposite side modified pigeon. So same thing. We're going to exhale 1, 4, and let's do 5 here, and we're going to hold this. So this is going to be our 4 count. Inhale 4, exhale count 4. I'm going to switch. So I'm going to extend this arm. I'm going to bring my knees up. I'm going to extend the opposite arm, and I'm going to sit back up into this modified pigeon, and I'm going to do the same thing one more time. I like to do this twice. So there's going to be this 5 pulses. There's a second round. 4 and 5. Hold this. Inhale 4. Exhale 4. Slowly going a little deeper into it. Same thing. Opposite side here. Knees come up. Extend the opposite arm, pulling myself over to the side. Pulses of 5 times. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold this. Inhale 4. Exhale as you go a little deeper into this. Now, from this position, what I'm going to ask you to do now is to bring your knees up. So we're going to go into the plow pose. And if you haven't done this before, I want you to go real easy with it, even if you have done this before. All you're going to do is focus on getting up into the position first by pulling your hips up over and making sure to keep your legs bent. Hands are going to be on your hips. So with both hands on your hips from here, imagine pushing your hips up towards the ceiling. We're not dropping our feet. We're going to inhale, count of 4. And on the exhale, slowly let your knees drop a tiny bit. But remember, you're trying to push your butt up into the air while you're doing this so that you don't have any pressure on your neck. If this is just too much for you, then there's no need for you to be doing this, especially in the evening. Now exhale again, dropping. Inhale. Slowly drop a bit. You know, as I mentioned before, I've been doing this for many years, so I look at this only as a way to help relieve some of the tension in my back, in my shoulders, and my neck. If this is too much for you by performing this, then by all means, skip it. From here, we'll move into the next movement simply by dropping our feet to the floor. I'm going to focus on dropping my knees side to side. When I drop my knees, I'm going to focus on pushing the top leg, in this case this is my left leg, away from me and extend the left arm here, pushing my left knee away from me. I inhale, a count of 4 as I pull my knees up, and as I extend my body, I exhale. This time, my right knee is driving away from me as my right arm is driving away from me. I'm
Gonna inhale one more time, bringing the knees up. I exhale as I extend. One more time, inhale. Exhale. I bring myself back to the center here. And I always like to finish off with the corpse pose here. And all I'm going to do is place both of my hands on the floor. Now, obviously, I'm holding the microphone here, so I won't be able to use both hands, but I'd like for you to get into this position and just focus on 4-count inhale, and on the exhale, imagine yourself just melting into the floor. I like to do this 3 times. Feel free to close your eyes if you'd like. Inhale, count of 4. Exhale, count of 4, melting into the floor. One more time, last time. Inhale. And exhale. All right, so that is my pretty much every night recovery, relaxation, mobility, stretch routine. Henry is typically in this same position when I'm doing it. I really encourage you to try this out. See how it goes for you. And also just be sure to make adjustments to any of the movements to make sure that they work for you. Enjoy and get some sleep. You made it to the end of this video, and for that I want to say thank you very much. This video is very different from any video I've ever made in GMB, but I gotta say it was really enjoyable to be able to go through these clips and share the 5 Ps with you in depth while looking back at some of the history of GMB. Now, my hope for you is to become a movement hero in whatever way that means to you. You might not be there, but don't worry. It's your journey, and as long as you continue to focus on the concepts that I shared with you in this video, like focusing on what you can do right now, using auto-regulation, along with the 5 Ps, you're gonna get there. So comment below if you have any questions, and if you're still hungry for more video, then check out this next one.